joy comes in the morning. Turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that you are working all things for my good. I know joy comes in the morning. Turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that you are working all things for my good. All things, you are good. Oh, you're good. Oh, you're good.
Reaching out to welcome you, God. Fill this place again with your song. Flood our thoughts with wonder and awe. Give us a greater glimpse of a never-changing God. All we want and all we need is found in you, is found in you. Jesus, every victory is found in you, found in you. Open wide our hearts now to yours. Every fear bow down to your love. That we would see like never before. Give us a great glimpse of a never-changing God. Lord, all we want and all we need is found in you, found in you. Jesus, every victory is found in you, found in you. All we want and all we need is found in you, found in you.
tongue will confess. Amen? Yeah, yeah. For who can stop the Lord Almighty? Who can stop the Lord Almighty? Who can stop the Lord Almighty? No one. Who can stop? Sing it over the battle. Yeah, that's it. Who can stop the Lord? There is no one. Who can stop the Lord Almighty? Who can stop the Lord? Yeah. Our God is the Lion of Judah. He's roaring with power and fighting our battles. And every knee will bow before Him. Our God is the Lamb that was slain for the sins of the world. His blood breaks the chains, and every knee will bow before the Lion and the Lamb. Every knee will bow before Him. Yeah, every knee will bow. Some confess.
Who am I that the highest King would welcome me? I was lost, but He brought me in. Oh, His love for me. Oh, His love for me. Who the Son sets free, oh, is free indeed. I'm a child of God, yes I am. Free at last, He has ransomed me. His grace runs deep. While I was a slave to sin, Jesus died for me. Yes, He died for me. Who the Son sets free, oh, is free indeed. I'm a child of God, yes I am. In my Father's house, there's a
victory. When all I see is the mountain, you see a mountain moved. And as I walk through the shadow, your love surrounds me. There's nothing to fear now, for I am safe with you. So when I'll fight on my knees with my head lifted high. Oh God, the battle belongs to you, and every fear I lay at your feet. I'll sing through the night. Oh God, the battle belongs to you. And if you are for me, who can be against me? Yeah. For Jesus, there's nothing impossible for you. When all I see are the actions, you see the beauty. Thank you, God. When all I see is the cross, God, you see the empty tomb. So when I'll fight on my knees with my head lifted high. Oh God, the battle belongs to you, and every fear I lay at your feet. I'll sing through the night. Oh God, the battle belongs to you.
Good morning, Christ Chapel. Man, that is lively. I love it. Good morning. Come on in. Hello to those of you at the West Campus, the South Campus, and our Internet campus. I know that it might have been a late night for you last night and then an early turnaround, but I promise it's going to be worth it. How many of you enjoyed Brett last night? Good, yeah. I thought he was fantastic. I am already a disciple because I love Reese's ice cream. I'm already there. He didn't have to persuade me or convince me. I was there. I hope you were as well. Now, how many of you still don't believe that his dad is Santa Claus? I'm still a skeptic, okay? I'm still a doubter here. He might have to take some time convincing me of that. But so glad that you guys joined us. We have a great day today. We're going to be kind of flying till we get to lunch. We're going to have 3 different sessions before we take lunch, and then we're going to have that question and answer time. And just want to remind you, if you have questions that have come to mind, maybe from last night or even during this session, you can text in those questions. We'll put those in the queue and get those organized. If you'll text those questions, I hear there are some people traveling, listening to this, so you need me to read the number to you out loud. It's 682. Now, before I say this, do not text and drive, all right? Let me be clear about that. But anyway, 682-647-5882. So if you'll text in those questions, we'll get them in the queue, and they'll be a part of the Q&A that we have after lunch. But we have 3 sessions, as I said, before lunch. 2 of those are going to be led by our next guest speaker, which is Alan Schliemann. He is a person who runs an organization that is basically apologetics. It's called Stand to Reason. It trains Christians to share their convictions in persuasive yet gracious and friendly ways. He's known for his ability to make complex issues understandable, which, who needs that? This guy needs that. So super thankful for that. And he teaches on some of the most controversial issues of our time. In fact, one of them he's going to be addressing this morning, which is homosexuality, truth, and compassion. What should our relationships with our friends and family be who identify as gay or lesbian? What should that look like? How should we talk to them? How should we embrace them? what should that relationship look like? So it's going to be a fantastic day. I'm so grateful that you've joined us. So I've told Alan, just like I did Brett last night, that you are the most hospitable church. So would you give a warm welcome to our guest speaker, Alan Schleman.
Thank you, brother. Hey, good morning. You know, my parents were born and raised in the city of Baghdad, which is in the country Iraq, which, by the way, is not a great vacation destination. In case you're thinking about going anywhere, hold off on going there for the next, say, 1,000 years or so. But my parents did not raise my brother and I as Muslims. Rather, they raised us as Christians. And the reason is because my people, my ethnic background, is what we would call Assyrian. Now, this is not to be confused with Syrian, which is a reference to people from the country Syria, which is a country that exists today. My people are from the country Assyria, which is a country that has not existed for 2,700 years. Just out of curiosity, raise your hand if you've ever heard of the Assyrian people at some point in your life. Yeah, it looks like a lot of you have. Chances are, if you've read any parts of the Old Testament, you'll recall the Assyrians are talked a lot about in the Old Testament, which sounds pretty cool. So you realize we were the sworn enemies of Israel, so consequently that made us the sworn enemies of God. So that was kind of a bummer growing up and finding that out. But a lot of therapy and counseling. I got over the emotional turmoil of knowing God doesn't love me and have a wonderful plan for my life. No, I'm kidding. He does, absolutely. Anyways, enough about my problems. Let me ask you a question. Raise your hand if you're here this morning and you're a Christian, but you have friends or family, coworkers, or classmates that identify themselves as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. Raise your hand. Okay. Looks like just about everyone's raising their hand. I, too, am raising my hand because I, too, have friends and family who identify in this way. Now, this raises the question, how then can we continue in our relationships with these friends, family, coworkers, classmates, in a way that doesn't compromise our convictions, right? Now, if it isn't already obvious, it is going to be an uphill battle for us, for us to be able to do that in light of the culture that we live in today. Now, when I say the word battle, I do not mean to suggest that this is a battle against people who identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. It is not. They are not the enemy. The real enemy are the false ideas that the culture has bought into about the nature of homosexuality and about what they believe the Bible says about homosexuality. So, for example, the culture has bought into the idea that it's cool to identify as LGBT. Okay? And each successive generation is increasingly more likely to accept this. Culture's also bought into the idea that homosexuality is a normal variation of sexual behavior. In other words, for two men to have sex or for two women to have sex is now considered to be just as normal and as healthy as if a man and a woman were to have sex. Culture's also bought into the idea that homosexuals are born that way, that there's some sort of genetic or biological cause that leads a person to develop same-sex attraction. And of course, if you're born that way, then this is simply a matter of civil rights. So obviously, whatever they're doing is okay. Culture's also bought into the idea that Christians hate people who identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. Now, although I think the culture is incredibly mistaken about this, there are a lot of things that we as a church have done in the past that has contributed to this impression, okay? But I will say that largely speaking, and I travel all over the country and even the world, I speak at places in the Middle East, for example, where you would expect there to be this sort of anti-homosexual sentiment. But even in churches in the Middle East, I would say that largely speaking, most believers have a love and a care for their friends and family who identify in this way. But like I said, nonetheless, there's things that we've done to contribute to this impression. I'm going to address a couple of those today. The culture's also bought into the idea that the Bible has been mistranslated or misinterpreted and is now being wrongly used to condemn homosexuals or people who identify as LGBT. In fact, I want you to just now be aware of, there is a new documentary film that has now just come out. It's called 1946. okay? Be on the lookout for this film because it's going to be brought to your attention by someone, I promise you, in the next few weeks, the next few months. But this film alleges that the word homosexual was inserted in the Bible in 1946 wrongly, incorrectly, and has now been used to condemn people who identify as LGBT, okay? So just be aware, these are the kinds of things that, claims that are being made about the Bible and about what we believe. And of course, for the most part, people who don't accept the Bible will say, well, the Bible is just an ancient relic. It's a piece of literature that has no business informing our modern culture about morality, let alone about sexual morality. And so because the culture has bought into these ideas, we Christians face incredible challenges. For example, I'm sure you know that the culture's bought into the idea that to love someone means that you accept everything that they do and everything that they say about themselves and everything that they believe about their own identity. And so if a son or a daughter comes out to their mother or father and says, Mom, Dad, I'm gay or I'm lesbian, what a lot of times the pressure that a parent feels is, well, I love my son or I love my daughter, and what that means then is I must therefore accept what they're saying about themselves. And for a lot of young believers, there's this tendency to believe that they face a dilemma if their friend says to them, hey, I'm gay or hey, I'm lesbian. And the young believer today now feels like they face this dilemma. Either they have fidelity to their faith or they have fidelity to their friend or family member who identifies as gay or lesbian. And the young believer typically believes that they have to make a decision between one or the other. They can't have both. They got to decide between either their faith or their friends or family. And so when given that decision, a lot of young believers say, well, man, I can't deny my friends or my relationships. And so they go with that. Now, it doesn't mean that they abandon their faith, but oftentimes what happens is they compromise what they think the Bible says about homosexuality. Now, this often happens typically in a situation where you have a young believer, but even adults feel the same pressure. And so what many people do then to resolve this is they say, well, okay, I'm going to maintain my relationship with my friend or family member, but I'm going to take the Bible and I'm going to try to figure out a way if there's a way to see or interpret it differently. And what happens is they adopt what's called pro-gay theology. Pro-gay theology. Now, this is the attempt by many Christians today to try to take the Bible and try to reinterpret it in a way that what they call is gay affirming. Now, this attempt has been made for decades, largely unsuccessful. People used to say many years ago, like, oh, well, in the Old Testament, David and Jonathan, you notice their relationship? Man, they must have been gay lovers. Ruth and Naomi were probably lesbians. Maybe even Jesus and the disciple John were, closeted homosexual lovers. Because remember, John was a disciple whom Jesus loved. See? And Jesus probably had his male sex organ cut off. How do we know that? Because it actually prophesies about Jesus in Isaiah. It says, Jesus will be cut off. Now, if you read the rest of that passage in Isaiah, it says, the Messiah will be cut off from the land of the living, which means he's going to be killed, not castrated. But nevertheless, these are the type of bad arguments that were originally presented to try to advance this idea of pro-gay theology. They have, for the most part, been abandoned because even their advocates realize they're terrible arguments. And they've now invented new arguments. And here is the most current expression of pro-gay theology, okay? Here's what they claim. They say, yes, the Bible does condemn homosexuality, but only abusive, coercive, or exploitive types of homosexual sex. Like homosexual gang rape, like we see in Sodom and Gomorrah, or master-slave sodomy, or maybe pederasty, men who have sex with boys. But they say, modern-day gays and lesbians do not engage in those abusive acts. Modern gays and lesbians have loving, consensual relationships. And so therefore, what the Bible is condemning is the abusive type of homosexual sex, not the loving, consensual sex that's expressed by homosexuals today. So notice what they are saying today. They're saying the Bible condemns that kind of homosexuality, the abusive, coercive, exploitive kind, not the loving, consensual relationships that are expressed by modern gays and lesbians today. And that's the most modern expression of that. Matthew Vines, a very well-known person who claims to be Christian and gay, wrote a book called God and the Gay Christian. He's a huge advocate of that. His organization is called the Reformation Project. And think about the way they've titled their organization, the Reformation Project, because they see their efforts in line with the noble reform efforts of Martin Luther. And they believe their reformation will be just as significant as that of Luther's, because they are going around the country training Christians to adopt this pro-gay theology view, go back to their conservative churches, and reform their churches to be gay-affirming as well. That's what they're doing systematically today. So I hope you could see that we Christians face tremendous challenges, and this topic of homosexuality and the LGBT movement broadly more in general is a watershed issue for us today. It's the topic the culture is going to use to bully Christians into submission, both culturally, theologically, and even legally today. And so that's why we have to have a principle to move forward. And that principle is the name of the talk here, homosexuality, truth and compassion. Because I believe that we believers need to know the truth, but speak the truth with compassion. And that's the key. Yes, we got to know the truth. We got to know about the truth about what Scripture says and perhaps even what science says. There's a lot of truth from science that actually is true regarding this subject that many people don't realize. But it's not just enough to know the truth about what Scripture and science teach. We also have to know how to speak that truth in a compassionate, loving way. Because oftentimes, we Christians have the tendency, perhaps, to use a truth like a club to beat people over the head with. So what I want to do is unpack both of these ideas, truth and compassion. And I'll begin by first looking at the truth. How do we know the truth? What is the truth about what Scripture says about this subject? Now, before we dive in specifically to what Scripture says about homosexuality, I want to just back up for a moment and talk about what Scripture says more broadly about sex and marriage. Because, the Bible is not just a book of prohibitions, like, don't do this, don't do that. I mean, of course it includes that. But the Bible is more than that, right? The Bible actually paints a positive picture about what sex and marriage is supposed to be like. And I would add, it's a beautiful picture at that. All right, so hopefully this should be some of a review, but I just want to lay a foundation before we move forward. Here's the first point. Scripture teaches that God is the one who invented sex. In other words, it wasn't secular culture that gave us sex. It wasn't Hollywood who gave us sex. It wasn't Cardi B who gave us sex, right? God gave us sex. It was his idea. In fact, it was his idea to make sex procreative, and it was God's idea to make sex pleasurable. Scripture also teaches that God made sex to occur between a man and a woman, and that should only occur within the context of a marriage. And all these points are brought up in the Genesis account of creation, where God creates the universe, he creates the world, he creates humanity, he says, hey, this is the way you're designed to function. Now, I want you to understand, though, this is not just some Old Testament text that's part of the old stuff. It's not relevant for us anymore. No, not at all. Actually, this exact teaching is re-emphasized even in the New Testament by Jesus. In fact, look at what Jesus says in Matthew 19, where he's answering a question about the nature of marriage and divorce. He says, have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female? Now, by the way, when you see that text, which is in all caps, this is Jesus quoting the Old Testament. And in this case, it's the Genesis 1 and 2 passages that we just mentioned, okay? So Jesus says, yes, it's God who made them male and female, and said, for this reason, a man shall leave his father and his mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So Jesus quotes, notice, the Genesis account of creation because he still believes it's valid and binding. And then notice, he's going to add his own commentary to that text. He says, so they are no longer two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man separate. Notice that Jesus believes this man and woman coming together to create a one flesh union is a God-ordained institution. And so to summarize Jesus' view when it comes to the subject of sex and marriage, this is his view. He believes it's about one man with one woman becoming one flesh for one lifetime. That's Jesus' view. Now, the reason why I'm emphasizing that this is Jesus' view is because there's a tendency by our culture, and even some Christians, to say, well, I only want to hear what Jesus has to say about something. And Jesus never said anything about homosexuality. He never said these harsh things. He was a loving, compassionate person. Okay, well, I'm not saying that's all true, but guess what? This is Jesus' view when it comes to sex and marriage. And I believe this provides us actually with a very practical tactic. Okay, I love tactics. We're going to be talking about tactics in our next talk. But I call this tactic letting Jesus take the heat. Okay, and here's how the tactic works and why it works, okay? As I mentioned, people tend to think Jesus is a loving, compassionate person, and they tend to not like Christians or the church. Oh, but they do like Jesus, right? And so if you're ever asked a question about your opinion about the nature of sex or marriage or homosexuality, you know that giving an answer, biblically based answer, is going to be met with a lot of opposition, anger, and perhaps hate directed at you. So here's what I do to address that, okay? I use the tactic called letting Jesus take the heat. And here's what I do. When they ask me what I think about sex, homosexuality, or same-sex marriage, or whatever it might be, I just simply point them to Jesus. I say, hey, thanks for that question. In Matthew 19, and maybe I'll quote the whole passage. I'll say, Matthew 19, Jesus says that when it comes to sex and marriage, it's about one man with one woman becoming one flesh for one lifetime. And then here's the key point. I say, and since I'm a disciple of Jesus, since I'm a follower of Jesus, I have to adopt his view. In other words, I don't have the freedom to make up my own thoughts about morality or about sexuality. Jesus is the one who invented this idea. I have to follow what he says. In other words, if you got a problem with what I'm saying, it's because of what Jesus did, right? It's because of what Jesus said. And so what you're doing is you're taking the blame and putting it on Jesus. And by blame, I mean credit, right? After all, isn't he the one who's credited for this view? It's not like we're the ones who invented this. And so, I don't know how many of you ever saw Steven Seagal movies where he did this martial arts type of thing called Aikido, where, some attacker's coming at him with full force, and instead of, Steven Seagal fighting back, he'll just kind of step aside and let their momentum just kind of take him into a wall, right? And so in a sense, that's what we're kind of doing, a kind of a spiritual Aikido. Their anger is normally directed at us, but instead we just kind of step aside and just let their anger go at Jesus. And that's okay. Jesus can handle it, right? It's no problem. But that's why I call it letting Jesus take the heat, because the reality of what Jesus' view is about sex and marriage. Now, I want you to also notice something then. If Jesus' sexual ethics says the only people who can engage in a sexual activity are a married man and a woman, then I want you to notice something. Any other type of sexual behavior that is outside of a married man and a woman is going to be prohibited and considered sin by Scripture. Whether we're talking about sex before marriage, or homosexual sex, or adultery, or incest, or rape, or bestiality, notice we're not singling out the sin of homosexuality, right? There's no special condemnation reserved for people who engage in sin number 2. No, they're just one small sliver of people who are engaged in one type of sexual sin. And in fact, probably there's a lot more people engaged in sins number 1 and 3 than there are people engaged in sin number 2, right? So notice we're not singling this particular sin out, and nor does the Bible. It just simply says, look, the only people who can be involved in a sexual activity are a married man and a woman. Everyone else, I don't care what you're doing, is going to be considered sin. Now, I want you to notice also that even if the Bible said nothing specifically about the sin of homosexuality, I want you to notice it is automatically ruled out by definition according to the teaching, the Bible's teaching on sex and marriage. In other words, the Bible's teaching on sex and marriage alone disqualifies homosexual sex, even if we never got to the specific passages that will specifically mention homosexual sex. Okay. But since that's what we're here to talk about, let's also mention it as well. There are at least 6 passages, probably there's more, but these are the main 6 passages that typically refer to homosexual behavior. There's about 3 in the Old, 3 in the New Testament, and I would argue that the Bible teaches in both Old and New Testaments that homosexual sex is considered sin. Now, I want you to notice what the Bible prohibits is homosexual behavior, regardless of why someone might engage in it. In other words, the Bible doesn't care, what prompts you to engage in such a behavior. Doesn't matter if you're like, I want to experiment with homosexuality. The Bible says it doesn't matter. You can't do that. You're prohibited. It doesn't matter if you say, well, I have a natural sexual attraction to people of the same sex. The Bible says it doesn't matter. You can't engage in homosexual sex. It doesn't matter if you're a man in a prison and the only other possible sexual outlets are other males. The Bible says it doesn't matter. You can't engage in homosexual sex. Now, I want you to notice something about these passages, okay? With the exception of Genesis, the other 5 passages that address homosexuality, listen carefully, contain a categorical prohibition against all forms of homosexual sex, okay? Now, why do I say that? Remember, people who are advocating for pro-gay theology want to say, well, the Bible only condemns abusive, coercive, or exploitive forms of homosexual sex. And what I'm here to tell you, and what the Bible's going to tell you is, that's not the case at all. These 2 Leviticus passages and the 3 New Testament passages all contain a categorical prohibition against all forms of homosexual sex, not just abusive, coercive, or exploitive ones. Let me just give you a quick example. Look at Leviticus 18:22. Okay, it's this middle verse right here. Notice how straightforward and simple the text is. You shall not lie with a male as one lies with a female. It is an abomination. Notice, totally straightforward. There's no suggestion or indication that this is referring to a specific type of homosexual sex, like abusive or coercive. Not at all. All you have is a clear case prohibition against any type of homosexual sex. Also, notice the context. The verse before is a prohibition against sacrificing your children to Molech, okay? That might be a bummer for some parents, but okay, you can't do that, right? The verse after is a prohibition against bestiality. So notice nothing even in the context suggests that this verse is limited only to abusive or coercive acts, right? And also notice, there's no exception being made for loving consensual relationships. All you have is a categorical prohibition against all forms of homosexual sex. And I would add the other Leviticus passage, as well as the 3 New Testament texts, also entail that same wholesale prohibition against all forms of homosexual sex. So in other words, if you wanted to undermine what the typical pro-gay theology advocate is saying today, all you got to do is show that one passage in Scripture entails a categorical prohibition against all forms of homosexual sex, and you'll undermine it. Okay? Now, although there are 6 or more passages in both Old and New Testaments that address homosexual behavior, if someone were to ask you what you think the Bible says about this subject, my suggestion, for strategic reasons, would be to turn to the Romans 1 text as your primary text. I think it's the most defensible and strategic passage to use for 3 reasons. We're going to get to those reasons in just a moment. But first, let's look at this passage, okay? I want you to know Romans 1, by the way, is written within what's called a creation narrative. So when Paul is writing Romans 1 to the Romans in that particular city, the Christians in Rome, he begins by saying, look, this God has created all the world, okay? He's created humanity, and God's fingerprints are all over what has been created. And Paul says that God's evidence of his hand in creation is so obvious, Paul says that men are without excuse. Okay, so this is how Romans 1 begins. Creation narrative, God's involvement in creation. Paul says, some people, however, reject the obvious evidence of God's hand in creation, and instead of worshiping God, who's the creator, they end up worshiping the creation. And Paul says, these people who are rebelling against God's truth, who are suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, God says, okay, I'm going to let you be, have at it. Reject me, and all the consequences that come with that, let them be yours. And he comes to our particular passage here. And he says, for this reason, for the rebelliousness, right? For the rejection of God's truth, God gave these people over to degrading passions. For their women exchanged the natural function for that which is unnatural. In the same way, also, the men abandoned the natural function of the woman and burned in their desire toward one another. Men with men committing indecent acts and receiving in their own persons the due penalty of their error. Now, I want you to notice something. I've chosen an NASB translation, which is a more of a literal translation. And I want you to notice the word function that's used there 2 times comes from the Greek word krisis, which according to the standard Greek lexicon means use, relations, or function, especially of sexual intercourse. So notice what Paul's saying. Men abandon the natural sexual function of a woman. In other words, Paul is making a design argument, which, by the way, is perfectly consistent with the context of Romans 1. It's a creation narrative, right? God's created humanity, and he designed men to sexually function with a woman, and women are supposed to sexually function with a man. Okay? So for a woman, a man is the appropriate sexual outlet, and for a man, a woman is a sexual appropriate outlet. The people here that Paul's referring to, though, abandon the natural sexual function of the opposite sex, and instead the men had sex with one another and the women had sex with one another. So again, Paul's making a design argument and saying, based on the context of Romans 1, which is the creation narrative, these people are rejecting the obvious design of the way God has made humans to function. Now, there are 3 reasons why I'd say Romans 1 should be your sort of primary text to turn to. The first one is this. Romans 1 addresses both male and female homosexuality in one passage. Okay? Now, I would suggest that the other texts that I mentioned in that previous slide also imply that the prohibition of homosexuality applies also to women. But notice, it would require an additional explanation or additional argument to make that point. Romans 1 specifically mentions both male and female homosexuality, so it just makes it easier for you to sort of make that point. Here's the second benefit of Romans 1. It is a New Testament text. Now, let me just ask one of you here. What possible objection might someone raise if you cited Leviticus 18:22, for example, to refer to homosexuality being prohibited? What possible objection might someone bring up? Exactly, yes. No, what I heard a few people say, well, that's the Old Testament or it's the Mosaic law, okay? And so that's very true. If you cite Leviticus 18:22, what many people are going to say was, oh, Leviticus, well, did you know that Leviticus also prohibits people from wearing clothes that are made out of 2 different kinds of linen? You know, Leviticus also prohibits people from planting 2 different kinds of crops in the same field. And Leviticus prohibits eating pork products. And who's going to follow that, right? Because, hello, bacon-wrapped filet mignon? I mean, that's amazing, right? Because filet mignon is some of the most tender type of meat. I mean, you can cut it with like a butter knife. But I think the downside to some of the fillets that we typically have is they don't have as much flavor, right? Ribeyes, which have a lot more of the marbled meat, I think are more effective just in terms of flavor-wise. So that creates a dilemma, at least in my heart. I don't know about you guys, but the solution then is to take the filet mignon and wrap it in bacon so you have the tenderness of the filet and the flavor of ribeye. It's just beautiful, right? Amazing. Thankfully, that's not prohibited anymore, okay? But now, let's back up here to what I was saying. I always get off track when I think about food. the people who say Leviticus has all these prohibitions that you Christians don't care about have a point, right? It's true that we don't follow all the Leviticus prohibitions, and there's a lot to say about how that works out. Old covenant, new covenant. Did Jesus fulfill the old covenant? I get it. There's a lot to be said there. It doesn't mean we ignore the Old Testament or the Mosaic Law, but I agree it requires some more explanation, right? Why go through all that when you could just go to Romans 1, which not only is a New Testament text, but it was written during the new covenant of Christ, which is the covenant that governs Christian behavior primarily today. So that's the second benefit to the Romans 1 text. The third benefit is this. Romans 1 clearly describes the behavior that's in question. Notice, although the word homosexual does not appear anywhere in the text, notice it perfectly is clear what behavior Paul has in mind. It's the behavior where a man abandons the natural sexual function of a woman and instead has sex with another man. So for those three reasons, I say, man, turn to the Romans 1 text as your primary text. You can go to the other passages later, but this is the one that I think is the most defensible and straightforward passage for your purposes. Now that's what Scripture says about homosexuality. Let me just mention two things it doesn't say, and then I want to jump to some practical principles that can help us to navigate our relationships. Scripture does not teach that homosexual sex is the worst sin, the supreme abomination, the greatest crime against God. It doesn't teach that. In fact, everywhere we see homosexual behavior mentioned, it's mentioned amongst other sins. There's no indication that it's the greatest of all sins. Now, some people might say, but Alan, come on. I mean, isn't homosexual sex, isn't that a serious sin? And I'd say, yeah, it's a serious sin. Why? Because it's a sexual sin, and the Bible teaches that sexual sins are sins that are committed against the body, whereas non-sexual sins are committed outside of the body. This is a distinction that Paul makes in 1 Corinthians 6:18. Homosexual sex is put in this unique category of a sexual sin committed against the body, okay? And I think what's going on there is that the Bible's acknowledging the fact that when you engage in a sexual act, you're not just combining two bodies together, it's like you're uniting souls. And this is why Paul says in that passage, what does righteousness and unrighteousness have in common? How can you unite your body with a prostitute, right? So there is this indication that homosexuality is in this category of a sexual sin, but even then it doesn't seem to be the greatest of all sexual sins. The second thing that I want to impress upon you that the scriptures does not teach is that it doesn't say you have to end your relationship with a friend or a family member who identifies as LGBT. A lot of us think, oh man, they just declared that they're gay. I got to end this relationship. I'd say Scripture teaches the opposite, that we should pursue these people, that we should love them, right? It's through a relationship with another person that it functions like a bridge by which we can tell people the truth or show compassion on them or share the gospel with them. In fact, I believe that your ability to have an influence in another person's life will be a function of your relationship with them. Look at Luke, Jesus in Luke, I think it's 19, with the story of Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus, who was considered kind of an outcast amongst his community, Jesus sees him, and he says, Zacchaeus, I'm coming over to your house to have a meal. Now, to Middle Eastern ears, which my ears are Middle Eastern, in fact, that's a sign that Jesus is trying to establish a relationship with a person. He goes over, and then later on we see in the narrative, in the Gospels, Jesus says, salvation has come to this home. Because Jesus first reached out to have a relationship with a person and then was able to share the truth with them. So I think for us as well, we don't have to end our relationships. We should pursue these people and love them as best we can. Okay, so those are the things that I think Scripture says and doesn't say about homosexuality. I want to get very practical right now and just give you some principles that will help you to navigate your relationships or your conversation with a friend or a family member who identifies as gay, lesbian. And we'll first talk about some principles that are relevant in a church context, and then I'll give you some more broader principles, all right? Here's the first one. As a church, we need to welcome people who identify as gay or lesbian to church. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean we should let them in the door. What I mean is we should make them feel welcome. Like say, hey, we're glad you're here. Show them the best seat in the house. Introduce them to the pastor, right? The next time you have a church event, a barbecue or a concert, invite them to that. Don't we want them to hear the truth being preached from the pulpit? Don't we want them to experience genuine Christian fellowship? Don't we want them to hear the gospel being talked about? How will they ever experience that if they're not made to feel welcome when they come through those doors? I mean, look, we can't expect them to change before they ever come to church and come to know who Jesus is. As the old saying goes, God catches his fish first, then he cleans them. Okay? So, welcome. I guess the fishermen in the room got that one, okay? But having said that, principle number 2, church leadership is going to be off limits to anyone engaged in ongoing sexual sin. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to allow these people to take any kind of leadership position or authority in the church. No, of course not. But I want you to notice something. That is not some rule that we create just for people who identify as gay and lesbian. This would apply to anyone in the church, anyone who's involved in ongoing, unrepentant sin. Okay, unrepentant sin. If you have a pastor, a leader, a worship team person, whatever, children's leadership, whatever it might be, who's involved in ongoing unrepentant sin, well, they too can't be involved in any kind of leadership in the church as well. Okay, so this applies to everyone across the board equally. Number 3, treat faithful Christians who struggle with same-sex attraction or their gender identity like any other believer. Now, listen carefully to the kind of person I'm describing. And I have, by the way, many friends who fit this category. I'm talking about the Christian who loves Jesus Christ, who's trusted his life and his soul to Jesus, okay? Who's trying to live obedient to the commands of Christ every day. But they experience same-sex attraction. Now, they do not try to satisfy those attractions either through sexual fantasy or through physical homosexual behavior, okay? What they say is, man, no, I want to mortify that temptation. I want to mortify that sin. I want to live obediently to the commands of Christ. I do not want to engage in satisfying those same-sex attractions. That kind of person should be treated like any other Christian. Why? Because they are just like any other Christian. Every single one of us in this room also experiences some desires, some attractions, or some temptations, which if we satisfied would be sin. But what do? We say, man, I do not want to satisfy those desires. I don't want to satisfy those temptations. I want to live obediently to the commands of Christ. So we too are in the same boat. The only difference is the person who experiences same-sex attraction, so long as they're trying to reject those attractions and satisfy, God's will in their life, they're just like us, right? And we sometimes succumb to those temptations, and they might sometimes succumb to those temptations. But so long as they're repentant about it, meaning they want to turn from those desires and honor God, then that person can be an elder, a pastor, any kind of leadership, okay? Don't make jokes about homosexuality. Now, it's crazy that I even have to say this, but let me just tell you, for some reason, we Christians think that when we come together as brothers and sisters in Christ, it's okay to make jokes about those people, the gays and lesbians, right? Okay, we need to stop that, okay? I don't know how else to put this. I remember I've been hosting a small group in my home for the last, 20 years or so. During that time, we've had many faithful believers who have been a part of that small group that have shared with my wife and I privately that they struggle with same-sex attraction. Now, they didn't say that to the rest of the group sometimes, and here's why. We've had instances where people in our small group would make jokes or snide comments about homosexuality. Now, what do you think that communicated to these people who are trying to live faithful lives to Jesus, but are having their sin made fun of? They're thinking, I will never share my struggle with these other people. And brothers and sisters, listen to me. We do not need to make it any more difficult for these men and women who are struggling with same-sex attraction to continue to hide the sin that they are struggling with. They need our love, they need our compassion, they need our prayer, they need our support, they need our accountability. But when we mock their sin, we're basically telling them, shut up, I don't want to hear about it because what you're dealing with makes me feel uncomfortable. Man, that is not an option for us in the church. I'm not saying you have to be the person who's like, oh, tell me all of your same-sex attraction struggles and, hug them and love them or whatever. Okay, fine, it doesn't have to be you, but please don't make fun of them. Number 5, cultivate a safe and loving environment at your church for people who wrestle with their faith, sexuality, or gender identity. Now, please do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying lower your biblical sexual ethics. That's not my point. I hope you know I'm saying, look, the Bible teaches homosexual behavior is a sin. That's obvious. What I mean by this is, look, we have to realize the Christian life is not a perfect life. It's a messy life at times. And people who struggle with same-sex attraction or their gender identity don't find necessarily resolution to these temptations or desires like this. Oftentimes, it'll take years, if not their entire life, in which they'll struggle with those temptations. And so when they succumb to their temptations, which, like any one of us, we sometimes will, let's not blast them with a Bible verse and try to get them out of the church. Let's come alongside them and love them, be like, hey, I get it. I know that you're struggling with something. I struggle as well with other things, right? But man, I'm going to put my arm around you. I'm going to love you and walk with you during this journey. And hopefully we can express that kind of grace to people who are genuinely trying to follow after Jesus. I'm not talking about the person who says, I'm gay, this is my identity, I'm going to just live my life this way. No, I'm talking about the person who's saying, man, I want to trust Christ with my life and all my desires and all my intentions and my behavior. I want to give it all to Jesus. For those people, man, let's realize the Christian life can be messy. And there will be times when they succumb to their attractions. And so long as they're repentant about it, man, let's come alongside them and love them and just try to be with them and walk with them as we'd want anybody to walk with us. So those are just 5 quick principles that are relevant for a church context. Let me just mention a few that will apply in general, right, in any kind of context. First is this: we need to avoid cliches that kill. Now, cliche that kills is basically a short, pithy little sentence or statement that we Christians think is cute or clever and that is quick and easy to say, but oftentimes does more damage than good. Let me just give you a couple examples here, right? God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, okay? Man, I don't know why we say these kinds of things, okay? But generally speaking, most people who experience same-sex attraction, whether they're satisfying those desires or trying to reject them, find such comments like this as trite and hurtful. So look, if you want to share with them or want to declare that you think God made people to function in a heterosexual way, well then just explain that using basic biology or the Bible. Don't resort to a corny cliche like this that just simply offends people and builds walls between your relationship with them. Here's another one. God hates the sin but loves the sinner. Now, listen to me. I get it. I know this sounds biblically consistent, and it might even sound compassionate to you. But I'll tell you, most people who experience same-sex attraction tell me, Alan, when Christians tell me this, I cannot process this statement, okay? Because you know what the only word they hear in this entire sentence? They hear hate. They hear, God hates me, and guess what? You hate them too. Because in their mind, being gay is not just what they do, it's who they are. And so if God hates the sin, God hates them, and since you represent kind of God or Christianity to them, you must hate them too. It literally has the opposite effect oftentimes that you intend. So here's my suggestion. If you want them to believe that God loves them despite what they're doing, here's my suggestion. Don't say something. Rather, do something. And that something is love them. All right? You say God loves them? Well, why don't you show it by how you treat them? Spend time with them, care for them, treat them like you would anybody else, like a friend or a family member, whoever it is. Respect them, right? And because you're an ambassador for God, as an ambassador for Jesus Christ, if you love them, that will communicate that therefore the one who you represent, Jesus, also loves them as well. Okay, so those are just two examples. There's many more, but I just want you to kind of get a feel for what I'm talking about, right? Don't say or act like homosexuality is the greatest sin, the worst sin in the world. I know sometimes we may not say that, but oftentimes our behavior can communicate the same thing. I remember speaking at a church, the youth group told me about an incident where a young girl in the youth group invited her friend, who was a lesbian, to the youth group. When the lesbian girl came to the youth leadership told the lesbian girl, you cannot sit next to any other girls in the youth group. Now, imagine what that girl was thinking. She's probably thinking, wait a minute, there's all kinds of other people engaged in sin in this room, not just me. But notice they separate me from other people. Why? Because my sin is the worst, right? Even though nobody said homosexuality is the worst sin, that's what was communicated by virtue of their behavior. Make a relationship with them a high priority. I already mentioned this. Relationships are like a bridge by which we can communicate love, compassion, the gospel, whatever it might be, okay? And every time I've had an impact in a man or a woman's life who identifies as gay and lesbian, it was always because I spent years loving them in a relationship with them, and I was able to have an impact for the cause of Christ. Don't confuse love with accepting behavior. Look, if you're a parent here, or if you have parents, you should probably already know this, right? Because when my son starts to be rude or disrespectful or hurt my daughter, what do I say to my son? Hey, son, stop it. What you're doing is wrong. Now, do I think that his behavior is wrong? Absolutely. Do I still love my son? Absolutely. Because there's no contradiction with loving somebody but still disagreeing with the choices they're making or the life that they're leading. Realize you don't have to decide between your faith and your friends and family who identifies LGBT. It's not like you have a dilemma. Either I love my family or I love God. No, you can love both. You can keep your relationship and you can keep your faith, okay? What will that look like? Will it be messy? Absolutely. But hey, nobody promised you're going to have an unmessy life, okay? And it's far more important that we maintain our biblical convictions and the gospel integrity, as well as we keep our relationships so we can have a lasting impact in their life. Treat homosexuals as you would anybody else. All this is just, this isn't profound here. It's just saying, look, however you treat other people, treat them as well. I can't tell you how many times I've had people, freak out when they find out that their friend or family member identifies gay and lesbian, and then all of a sudden their behavior changes, and the other person detects that because they're not stupid. They realize people are acting weird around them. Okay. Don't make homosexuality the issue. I can't tell you how many times I have parents will say, man, Alan, my daughter's a lesbian. How many times should I tell her that being a lesbian is a sin? I'm like, have you ever told her once? They're like, yeah. I'm like, chances are she hasn't forgotten, okay? It's not like that's the only subject to talk about with your daughter or with whoever, a friend or family member, all right? A guy was telling me, he goes, Alan, my coworker at Starbucks is a gay guy. I'm like, okay. He goes, how do I tell him when I'm at work that being gay is a sin? I'm like, do you do that with all your coworkers? Like, find out what their sin is at work and declare it while you're there? It's like, yeah, you're working at we're working behind at the customer table, by at Starbucks, and some guy says, hey, I want a caramel macchiato. And you're like, hey, Frank, guy here wants a caramel macchiato. Can you get that started? And stop cheating on your wife. It's like, who does that? But for some reason, when it comes to the sin of homosexuality, it's like, oh, we got to figure out how do I, get that topic brought in here, Look, I'm not saying don't talk about it, ever. I'm just saying don't think it's like the only issue to bring up. Just be a normal person. Work with them. Hey, if you go out to see a movie later on and the subject comes up, by all means talk about it. But don't make it the issue as if there's nothing else to talk about. I want you to think long term. Try to think how to make a long-term difference, not a short-term statement. Short-term statement are those cliches that kill, these short little pithy things that we just want to declare, hey, Do you know being gay is a sin? Hey, do you know homosexuality is an abomination? It's like, why do we think that if we just make that little declaration, we've done our job as a Christian and we can sit back and be all, proud of ourselves? No. Think long term. How can I have a lasting impact in my relationship with this person for the long term? Because that is ultimately probably what's going to have the biggest difference. And look, if you're so eager to share your convictions with your friend or family member who identifies as gay and lesbian, why don't you make Jesus the issue? Why don't you tell them about Jesus? Because after all, isn't that what matters? Even if they were to believe what you're saying about the subject of homosexuality or what the Bible says about it, and even if they were to change their behavior, would that save them? No. Their eternal destiny would still be in jeopardy because abandoning a certain behavior does not save you, right? So our hope for homosexuals is not heterosexuality, it's holiness, right? We're not trying to make gays straight. We're trying to lead them straight to Jesus Christ. Because if they trust Christ, then the Holy Spirit comes into their life and transforms them from the inside out. And that is the lasting change that we want in their lives. So if you want to make some kind of statement or whatever, make it about Jesus. Because he is the person who can ultimately have the biggest difference in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And this card, you should have received a card whenever you came in at whatever venue you're attending. You should have received a card if you'd like more information from Alan and his ministry. If you need want equipping or resources, then just fill that out. You can drop that in the receptacle outside of your worship venue where we drop connect cards or offerings, all of those things. So you can drop that in there and he'll collect those. We'll get those to him. Thank you so much, Alan. We're excited. We are going to hear from him again. One of the things I just want to highlight that I love that he said, that you highlighted the Romans verse, and I think that's so important, not only because of all the reasons that he said, but because it's a great reminder to me that the culture that we live in is not new, nor is it surprising to God. There's nothing new under the sun, and that includes sin. And so we've got to learn how to address that the way that Jesus has addressed it in the New Testament. And so thank you for helping equip us. We're going to take a short 10-minute break, and you'll hear from Jason Earls to kind of get us back in that video, and that'll get us started into session number 2 again. So I know your campus host will have some information for you, but we'll see you back here soon.
Our peace in the darkest day remains Jesus. Come on, passion. Sing what we know. Sing it. This we know. We will see the enemy run. This we know. We will see the victory come. We hold on. creation sings your story. At your name, angels will bow. The earth will rejoice. Your people cry out. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Lord. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. There's no one like our God. We will sing, we will sing. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. There's no one like our God. We will sing, we will sing. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. Jesus, you are God. We will sing. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Lord. Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Lord.
I wanna be close, close to your side. So heaven is real and death is a lie. I wanna hear voices of angels above, singing as one. Hallelujah, holy, holy.
All of us have a talent. God didn't give everybody everything, but he gave everybody something. And you should use that something to glorify God. Use it to serve in your church. But if you can't spell, do not put together the church's lyrics to put the songs on the screen, please. People like, we thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for your everlasting mercury. We give you all the prices. I bow before your prostate. Prostate, do I fall? Let it be a sweet smelling aroma. That is nasty. If you cannot pronounce words, biblical words like hypocrisy, don't try to read the Bible, please. One dude got up and said, abstain from hypocrispy. One dude got up to read John chapter 3. Now listen to this. This is how John chapter 3 reads. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus who came to Jesus by night and said, Rabbi, This dude got up and said, there was a man of the frequencies who was on narcotics. Who came to Jesus by night and said, Rabbit, if you have no computer skills, please do not try to operate the church's computer system for the lyrics. That'll mess you up. Like, thank you, Lord. I worship you, Lord. I worship you. I worship you. Microsoft, 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 Microsoft. The overhead is overheated. Please power off. Control, Alt, Delete. Yeah, come on, sing it with me. Control. All over the building, come on, sing that, sing that. Listen, 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 listen. What we do? Shut down, okay, or cancel. And the pastor real smooth with it. He gets up, try to play it off. That's right, God wants to control, alt, delete your life. Some of your lives are frozen. You can't click back and you can't click forward. And God wants to control, alt, delete your life. Like, you're right, but get Brother Ricky off that PowerPoint, please. I love to keep you abreast of everything to help you further equip the people that God's called you to lead. So send me a text. Text LAUGH to 33777. That's LAUGH to 33777. Or just scam a shirt.
Welcome back at all of our campuses. That is a friend of ours called Jason Earls. Jason, he lives here in the Metroplex. He's done a couple of staff meetings for us, just help us laugh. He's a wonderful, wonderful believer, DTS grad, actually went to Dallas Theological Seminary. Wonderful, wonderful guy. And so he decided he would help us out with some of these transitions and things to just kind of get us back in the room. So super thankful for him. So if you want to know more about his ministry, he just told you how you can do that. I want to remind you of that number that we're texting in if you have questions for our Q&A session that's coming up after lunch. It's 682-647-5882. You can text those in. Those will go into the queue. We're kind of gathering up those questions. Certainly, we're going to categorize some of them because some of your questions might have similar themes to questions that other people are asking. But don't hesitate. They're anonymous questions, meaning we might know your first name, but we're not going to announce it or anything like that. So just go ahead and text those in. We're not going to start texting you a bunch of information. Okay, so that's coming up. We're about to enter session 2 of 3 in this morning before our break. And this is again with Alan. And so we're going to be talking about tactics to defend the faith. You got some tactics there at the end, which I thought were really good for general principles, but also specific to the church. But these are tactics just in general to be able to defend our faith. So let's welcome back Mr. Alan Schleman.
Well, many years ago, before I was involved in this teaching ministry that I'm involved in now, I was working as a physical therapist in East Los Angeles. Now, if you don't know anything about Los Angeles, you may know, though, at least, that it's a very ethnically diverse city. In fact, people from all over the world travel to work and live in Los Angeles. And one of my coworkers, who was also a physical therapist, was a guy from India. And he was a Hindu, and one day he invited me to lunch. So we went to lunch. We're eating fish tacos, which are super popular in Southern California. And my friend Raj proceeds to tell me the news. I said, "What is it, Raj?" He goes, "Alan, I'm going to be getting married." I'm like, "Oh, hey, Raj, congratulations. I'm so happy for you." So I asked him a question. I said, Raj, are you going to have an American style of wedding? Or are you going to have more like a Hindu style of wedding? He goes, oh, I'm going to have a Hindu style of wedding. I'm like, oh, cool. So I asked him another question. I said, Raj, is Hinduism something that's important to you? And he goes, yeah, Hinduism's important to me. I said, cool. So I asked him another question. I said, Raj, do you believe Hinduism is true? He thought about it for a moment. He goes, yeah, I think Hinduism's true. I said, cool. So I asked him another question. I said, Raj, do you believe all religions are true? Like not just Hinduism, but Buddhism and Islam and Christianity and Judaism and so on and so forth. He thought about it for a little longer and he says, yeah, I think pretty much all religions are basically the same. Now, at this point of the conversation, I came to realize my friend Raj is what we would call a religious pluralist. Okay, obviously, it's not the term he used, but this is the idea that you think all religions are true. You can't say any one religion is more true than another or that other religions are less true than another. Now, as a follower of Jesus Christ, those are not my convictions. And so I wanted my friend Raj to abandon this idea that it's possible that all religions could be true. So I asked him one final question. I said, Raj, what do you think about a religion that teaches that there is a God that is physical in nature, that's the size of a football field, that hovers on the far side of the moon, so you can never see this God from Earth, and this God is responsible for controlling the weather patterns on our planet? I said, what do you think about that religion? Would you say that that religion is also true? He thought about it for a little bit longer. Finally, he began to smile, and he goes, yeah. He goes, okay. He goes, all right, I take it back. Not all religions are true. He goes, only the ones that make sense. And so notice, he backed away from his initial claim that he thought all religions could be true. Now, I want you to notice what I didn't do in that conversation. Notice I didn't tell him he was wrong. Notice I didn't tell him that religious pluralism is false. Notice that I didn't tell him I was a Christian or defend any aspect of my own Christian views. Yet I was still able to persuade him to abandon this idea that it's possible that all religions are true. And what was the only thing I did in the entire conversation? Ask questions, that's right. Not just any random questions, but a certain line of questioning such that as he answered the questions in his own mind, it was almost as if his own thoughts were convincing him of the idea that I want him to believe. In fact, had I said to him, oh, Raj, you believe in religious pluralism, that's false for 3 reasons, it's far more likely that his defenses would have gone up and he would have become more resistant to the idea that I was trying to communicate. But because I asked him questions, he was more drawn into the conversation. This is the habit that I want you to learn to get into as well, is learning to ask questions. In fact, this morning here, what I want to do is teach you 2 particular questions that will help you to engage people in conversation. And so here is my promise to you. I want to give you a game plan that will allow you to converse with confidence in any situation, no matter how little you think you know about the subject, and no matter how articulate, educated, or aggressive the other person you're talking to might be. Okay? So that's my promise to you. Now, there's a number of benefits to learning this approach, learning tactics in general, and specifically questions. Number one, questions and this tactic will help you to present the truth in a clear and clever way. But more importantly, it's going to help you to choreograph your interactions. Now, what do I mean by that? My wife did ballet for like 20 or so years, and during her time as a ballet dancer, she also worked with a choreographer. Now, the choreographer is the person who's typically not on stage. The choreographer is the person who is off stage, who has in their mind exactly what they want the ballet dancer to do on the stage. And so before the dancer takes any single step on stage, the choreographer already kind of has it worked out in their mind what they're going to do. So maybe the choreographer wants the dancer to begin over here at the corner of the stage and run across the stage, do a jump, do a twirl, and then like end up right over here. Okay, hold your applause. I know that's super talented looking, but now, and before the dancer does any of that, the choreographer already has that in their mind. Now, I believe that if you learn how to use tactics, specifically the power of questions, it'll also allow you to choreograph your conversations and interactions with people. So think back with me for a moment to my conversation with my friend Raj. As soon as he told me he's getting married, and I knew he was a Hindu, I had in my mind kind of where I wanted to go in the conversation. So what did I do? I asked a question that brought our conversation here. Then I asked another question that brought our conversation here. Then I asked another question that brought our conversation here. Until we were at this point where he was forced to answer the question, would you believe in a religion that teaches there's a God behind the moon that controls the weather? And I knew he was going to say no. And so what did I do? I used questions to get us right where I wanted him to be. And that's what I mean by learning the power of questions will help you to choreograph your interactions, okay? Ultimately, though, the whole point of this is to help you to recognize someone's mistaken thinking for the purpose of guiding them to the truth, but here's a key point, while remaining gracious and charitable, right? Because it's really easy to say, you're an idiot, that's stupid, okay? But that's not coming across very gracious, right? We're ambassadors for Christ, we represent Jesus, we want to come across as gracious as possible. It's not always going to work, right? Some things are just going to be, upsetting no matter what we say and how gracious we say them, but we don't want to be unnecessarily offensive, okay? And I believe learning how to use and engage people with questions is one of the best ways to do this. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Alan, this sounds incredibly manipulative. Like, what kind of issues do you have? It sounds like you want to just control people. Now, I will concede, yes, the approach I'm going to teach you of using questions is incredibly powerful. And it can be used as a way to corner people or to make people feel stupid, okay? But that's not the reason why I'm teaching you this. Look, anything powerful can be abused. Cars are powerful, but used in the right way, they're helpful. Used in the wrong way, of course, they're abusive and dangerous, right? So what I'm teaching you, though, is not a trick. It's not empty rhetoric. This isn't clever sophistry, okay? And if you're going to use it, though, to satisfy some sick desire you have to want to control people, please don't use this tactic, okay? This is meant to be used by a gracious ambassador for Christ who has a genuine love for other people and wants to see them to come to know Jesus, okay? So, yes, they're powerful and they can be abused, but that's not the reason why I'm teaching you them, okay? All right, let me ask you this question. When you think about sharing your faith with someone who's not a Christian, how would you rate how you feel about potentially, maybe engaging someone who identifies himself as an atheist, okay? Would you say you're a number one? You're like, I relish the encounter. Bring it on. I can't wait to talk to somebody who doesn't share my faith. Would you say you're a two? You're like, I'm willing to do it, but to be honest with you, I'm oftentimes nervous, uncertain, or scared. Or would you say you're a three? You're like, I pee my pants every time I think about sharing my faith, okay? So just out of curiosity, raise your hand. Do we have any number ones in the room? Any ones who's like, they relish the encounter? All right, I see a few, okay. Any number twos, willing but nervous? All right, looks like a majority of you. How many number three, you try to avoid it? Okay. How many won't raise their hand no matter what I ask them? I see your hands, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you who raise your hand at number one, you can take a nap for just 5 minutes. I want to talk to those of you who are a two or a three, or who didn't raise their hand. And I want you to tell me, why are you nervous, uncertain, or scared, or try to avoid it? What's the reason? Yes, out loud. Okay, you're afraid they might have a better argument than what you just presented, and then now you look kind of like, oh man, now I'm in a heap of trouble. Totally reasonable concern. What else might be a concern? Yes? That's right. You might be afraid. You might not know what to say in a situation, and now you feel like you're not even representing Christ well, who you're supposed to be an ambassador for. So, yeah, totally reasonable concern. What else might be a reason why you might feel like a two or a three? Yes, over here. That's right. So they may not have any kind of respect for the Bible as an authority, so any kind of points you might make, they'll just negate it. So you feel like, man, what's the point? I can't get anywhere in a conversation. Let's do one more. Okay, yeah, rejection. All right, thank you. But since you didn't raise your hand, we'll go for one more. No, I'm just kidding. Not trying to shame anybody. Yes, with a hat. Okay, yeah, the cost, right? You don't want to lose your relationship. Maybe this brings up a tense moment, and that might kind of cause a strain in your relationship, right? Totally legitimate concerns. In fact, when I answer this question, I put myself at a number 2. Now, keep in mind, I'm the guy who oftentimes a secular university will invite to come and speak to the university audience. And they'll say, Alan, we want you to take 20 minutes to present your case against abortion, for example. We'll give you 20 minutes, we'll put 2 microphones at the front, people will line up, and you have to address the first person's arguments and debate them. Then you go to the other microphone, you gotta debate them. Then you go back to this microphone, and we do this for an hour and a half. Do I relish that encounter? No, okay? I'm willing, but oftentimes I'm nervous, uncertain, or scared, or many times I actually avoid it, and I turn those events down, okay? Why? Because I have exactly the same fears that you do, okay? But the problem here is not that we have these fears. That's normal, that's human, we all have them. It only becomes a problem when that fear paralyzes us from ever stepping out and engaging people in conversation about our faith or our convictions. And I believe, therefore, if you have good tactics, if you learn good approaches, this will give you the confidence that despite these fears, you still will take the step to engage people in conversation. Okay? Now, before I teach you this formal tactic, I have to give you an example of a bad tactic. And I can't think of a better way to do that than to show you a video clip from the movie Nacho Libre. How many here have seen Nacho Libre? Raise your hand. Wait a minute. How many have not seen Nacho Libre? Wow, that's a lot of non-Christians. Whoa. Holy cow. Okay, well, all right, for those of you who haven't seen it, quick summary here. Nacho Libre is about a Mexican wrestler named Nacho Libre, or Ignacio. He's currently off screen, okay? He's played by the actor Jack Black. This is here his wrestling partner, okay? Now, Nacho Libre is a Catholic Christian. His wrestling partner right here is not a Christian. He's just like a secular, kind of agnostic person. They are about to wrestle 2 guys who are named Satan's cavemen. And so Nacho Libre, the Catholic Christian's like, wait a minute, how can we wrestle Satan's cavemen when my wrestling partner is not even a Christian? He hasn't been baptized, okay? So let's see what approach Nacho takes to convince his friend to get baptized.
I'm a little concerned right now about your salvation and stuff. How come you have not been baptized?
Because I never got around to it, okay? I don't know why you always have to be judging me. Because I only believe in science.
But tonight, we are going up against Satan's cavemen. And I just thought it would be a good idea if you... Felicidades.
So Nacho uses sort of a, say, alternative approach to baptism. Is that how you do it here, by the way? I don't know. Yeah. Now, putting aside the question of whether that was efficacious or not theologically here, what's the problem with this approach? Why should we not baptize people this way? Or should we? What's wrong with this approach? Yeah, his heart was in it. There's no buy-in. Okay, do we think his friend now is more likely or less likely to think getting baptized is a good idea? Less likely, right? Because he was forced to do it. Whenever we're forced to do something, we typically do to raise up our defenses and we become more resistant to the idea. And I believe this is a picture of oftentimes how we as Christians come across to our non-Christian friends and family. We are so eager that they would come to know Jesus, that we tell them to, trust in Christ, believe in God, listen to what the Bible says, put your trust in Jesus, and we make statement after statement after statement after statement. And it comes across like we're just trying to dunk their heads in the water. because we're telling them what to do, what to believe, and their walls go up and they become more resistant to the idea. And this is why I say we have to take a different approach. And that approach is to use what I call the Columbo tactic, all right? Now, how many have seen the TV show Columbo? Raise your hand. Oh, look at all those Christians. Awesome, okay. Yeah, so if you haven't seen the TV show Columbo, it's okay, but Lieutenant Columbo is about a detective who oftentimes used asking lots of innocuous, seemingly innocuous questions to get information from the suspects and from the witnesses to gather enough information to eventually put together the puzzle and figure out who the criminal was. And that was the genius of Columbo. He would kind of stop and be like, yeah, I got one more question, and just before he's about to walk out the door, he's like, oh, and I got one more question, okay? And he's kind of questioned people to death in a way, but he did it in a very gracious, calm, a very seemingly innocuous way. And that's why we call this tactic the Columbo tactic. It's named after him. And at its core, the Columbo tactic is about using questions instead of statements to make your point and then to move forward in a conversation. By the way, you can use this tactic with anybody, not just non-believers, but even believers, your spouse, your pastor, anybody. Because at its core, it's simply about the art of asking questions. There's nothing inappropriate or illegitimate about that, right? Now, what are the benefits of asking questions? Like, what would you say are some of the reasons why questions should be used in a conversation? What do they do for people? What value do they bring? Who can tell me here? Yes, over here. Okay, asking questions will allow you to get to know the person because you'll ask them a question about themselves, hopefully, and they'll tell you, and so you'll better understand who they are. Yes, over there. It keeps them in their what? Oh, yeah. So asking question keeps them in a kind of a thinking mode. By you asking a question, it forces them to think about the answer and of course, process the material, so that keeps them engaged. Yes? Okay, yeah. So when you ask a question and they're answering, that kind of gives you a little breather, like you have a moment to kind of collect your thoughts as they're sort of answering. Now, you don't want to just completely tune out what they're saying, and I'm not suggesting you mean that, but you do want to be mindful of what they are saying. But what you'll notice is, yes, it gives you a little chance to kind of be out of the hot seat while they're answering a question. That's super valuable. Yes, just next to him, yeah? That's right. So if you can learn to ask people questions and they can come to their own conclusion as they answer the question, that will oftentimes be more convincing than if you just simply tell a person what to believe, which is kind of like the Nacho Libre approach, right? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, over there in the back, standing up. Yeah, very true. So asking a question shows that you're interested in them, that you care about them, you care about what they think, okay? And so there's a whole bunch of benefits of asking questions, which we've kind of unpacked. We also know, by the way, that Jesus was a master at asking questions. In fact, somebody counted all the questions that were documented in the Gospels, a total 284. Now, why is Jesus asking so many questions? Is it because he doesn't know a lot of things? No. It's because he knows the rhetorical power of using questions to engage people, to tell stories, or to share ideas with other people. Right? I love what Francis Schaeffer says with regards to the topic of questions. And for those of you who don't know, Schaeffer, I would argue, is one of the most influential Christian thinkers of the 20th century, right up there with C.S. Lewis. He probably wasn't as well known as Lewis because he was more involved in philosophy and apologetics, but this guy was a master at just loving people and just being able to sit down with them and just hear their heart. Listen to what he says about questions. He says, if I have only an hour with someone, I will spend the first 55 minutes asking them questions and finding out what is troubling their heart and their mind. And then, in the last 5 minutes, I will share something of the truth. Wow, that's incredible. A lot of us might think if we had a friend or maybe a neighbor who's a Muslim, for example, and we gave them 55 minutes out of the hour to talk about their faith, their religion, their beliefs, and what they do at the mosque, and we only took 5 minutes to share about our faith, a lot of us might be tempted to think that we wasted our opportunity. Or maybe you have a friend or a family member who identifies himself as gay or lesbian or bisexual or transgender. And you give them 55 minutes out of the hour to share about their life and their experiences and what kind of happened to them as they grew up, and you only take 5 minutes at the end to share something about the truth, a lot of us might be tempted to think, oh, you squandered your opportunity. You totally blew it. But Schaeffer says, no, by all means, we should take that time to invest in them, to ask them questions, to find out what is going on deep inside their soul, so that when we do share something in those last 5 minutes, that something that we share will be exactly what they needed to hear. And we'll know what they needed to hear because we first took the time to invest in them and find out what is going on inside their heart and their soul. And that's the benefit. So, the Columbo question. I want to teach you 2 Columbo questions. The first one, its purpose is to help you to gain information. And here is the key question I want you to commit to memory. What do you mean by that? Notice, super simple question. Anyone here can ask it. What do you mean by that? Now, to be honest, it doesn't have to be those exact words. This is what I say. But it can be any question that asks them to help you to gain information about their view. Like, hey, tell me more about this. Or define for me that term. Or what's your thinking on this? Okay? So people, for example, will say, all religions are basically the same. Okay? Now, I'm not an expert in world religions, but I do know something that's true, and that is all religions are not the same. And even though I could probably go off on a 10-minute, presentation off the top of my head why this is not true, I don't. Instead, I ask the Columbo question, which is far more easier. To say, hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by they're all the same? Now think about it for a moment. You don't know what they mean by the same. Maybe they mean all religions believe in the same God. Or maybe they mean all religions believe in the same moral viewpoints. Or maybe they mean all religions have the same methodology of getting into heaven. So you don't know which one of those they mean. When you ask the Columbo question, what do you mean by that? They'll tell you which of those options is in their mind, and then you'll better understand their view. Okay? Same thing with a statement like this: the Bible isn't reliable. Okay, I hear this all over the place. Now again, I could probably address the claim that the Bible is reliable off the top of my head, but I don't. I make my job 10 times easier by asking them the Columbo question, which is, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by reliable? Now again, think about it. You don't know what they mean. Maybe they mean the Bible isn't a reliable source of history. Maybe they mean the Bible isn't reliable when it speaks to scientific matters. Maybe they mean the Bible hasn't been reliably transmitted for thousands of years, such that what the biblical authors wrote is what we have in our Bibles today. So when you ask them the Columbo question, what do you mean by that? They'll tell you which of those options is in their mind, and then you'll understand exactly what their view is and not some other view they're not referring to. By the way, notice, you can do this with any subject: abortion, evolution, stem cell research, cloning. I don't care what it is. At any one of these questions, you can ask legitimately, hey, what do you mean by stem cell research? What do you mean by evolution? Evolution has multiple definitions. You better be sure you understand what definition of evolution is in their mind, because maybe it could be as trivial as change over time. Well, if that's all they mean by that, then you can wholeheartedly say, yes, I agree. Yeah, everything changes over time, right? Your hairdo, right? Clouds, cities, your GPA if you're a student, hopefully GPA goes up, evolves up and not down, but everything evolves, right? So notice, asking the Columbo question, what do you mean by that, is a key first step, all right? Notice, by the way, this question is important for a whole bunch of reasons. It shows interest in their view. It clarifies what they believe. It buys you valuable time, right? It takes the pressure off of you and puts them in the hot seat, gets you out of the hot seat, right? Whole bunch of benefits. But ultimately, the reason you're asking this is so that you understand what their view is and not misrepresent their view. In fact, this is an embarrassing mistake. When you take a person's view and you misrepresent it in such a way where now the view looks more foolish and stupid, and then you attack that more foolish and stupid view. Does anybody know what that mistake is called? Yeah, go ahead. Not reductio ad absurdum, that is an important tactic. Straw man, that's right. It's called straw man fallacy. And the reason why they call it a straw man fallacy is because it's thought it's easier to knock down a man that is made out of straw than it is to knock down a real man, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, the former governor, my former governor of California. We used to call him the governator, because he was in the Terminator. But anyways, notice, a straw man is a mischaracterization of a real man, but a lot easier to knock down. And when you don't ask the Columbo question, what do you mean by that? You're more likely to take a person's view, not understand it completely, make it look more foolish, and then you attack this view rather than the real view. The Columbo tactic will help you to avoid that, okay? So that's the first question, what do you mean by that? And it will tell you what a person thinks. But I want to teach you a second key question, which will help you to understand why they believe what they believe, all right? Now, this second question is also going to help you to do something that is perhaps the most important point of this lecture, which will be to reverse the burden of proof, which we'll get to in a moment. But first, we have to unpack this question. What is an argument? Okay. Now, an argument is composed of two things. Can anybody give me what those two components are? Anybody, or how about one component? What do you need to have an argument? Okay, I heard two opposing views. You do need a view. You do need a claim or an opinion, but you don't need an opposing view to have an argument. So if I just gave you my opinion, I believe God exists. That's my opinion, but it's not an argument. What do I need to turn my opinion that God exists into an argument? Yes, evidence, okay? Or reasons. So an argument consists of your claim, your opinion, your view, with evidence or reasons to back it up, okay? Frank Turek is going to speak later. We'll talk about evidence for God's existence, for example. He's going to make a claim, God exists, and give evidence or reasons for it, okay? But if you just say, hey, here's my claim, God exists, you haven't made an argument, you just presented an opinion, which is fine, but it's not an argument. I like to use the analogy of a house. The roof is your opinion or claim, but notice a roof on the ground is not a house. You need walls to hold up the roof, and the walls are your reasons or your evidence. Right? Now, that's what an argument is, but what's related to that, which is the most important point here, is the burden of proof. This is oftentimes used in a legal context. Does anybody know what the burden of proof means or how it works? Anybody want to take a stab at it? I know, you're going to step up. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, who's responsible for proving their claim, okay? So I put it this way, it's the responsibility somebody has to give evidence or reasons for their view. And here's how the rule works, you kind of alluded to it. The person who makes a claim, it's their job to bear the burden of proof. In other words, in any conversation, whoever's the one who offers a claim or their opinion, it's their job to back it up. It's not the other person's job to show why their opinion or claim is mistaken, okay? So for example, if I claim God exists, let's say I'm speaking to a non-Christian, who's made the claim, me or the non-Christian? I have. So who bears the responsibility to show whether my claim is true or false, me or them? Me, I have. Now, if someone else says to me, Alan, all religions are basically the same. Now, who's made the claim, them or me? They have. So who bears the responsibility to show whether the statement is true or false? They do, that's right. Whoever makes a claim, it's their job to bear the burden of proof. Now, having said that, let me tell you the number one mistake Christians make in a conversation where they're trying to share their faith or their convictions. They give people what I call a free ride. And here's what a free ride looks like. They're talking to a non-Christian. The non-Christian says, all religions are basically the same. Now that's an opinion, that's a claim, but it's not an argument because they haven't provided what? Evidence or reasons, right? So all they've presented is a claim. The Christian, who the burden does not belong upon them, takes on the burden inappropriately and says, oh, no, that's not true. All religions are not the same. Because in Christianity, Jesus is the Son of God. In Islam, he's just a prophet. And in Judaism, he's neither the Son of God nor a prophet. So you see, they can't be the same. And the Christian goes off for 5 or 10 minutes trying to explain why that person's claim or opinion is mistaken. That is a free ride, and that is a big mistake, because now we are taking on the burden of proof when it doesn't belong to us. We haven't made any claim. We've just been sitting there. The other person claimed all religions are basically the same, and now we take on the burden when it doesn't belong. If they make a claim like all religions are basically the same, the Bible isn't reliable, homosexuality is the same as heterosexuality, or whatever, it's their job to back it up. It's not your job to show why it's mistaken. Because whoever makes a claim, it's their job to bear the burden of proof. If I went around life thinking that I had to respond to any person's opinion or claim without them having to provide evidence for it, I too would never want to share my faith, because that is an impossible burden to bear. And so the right thing to do is not to take on the burden, but it's to reverse the burden of proof back on them where it belongs, which, by the way, is not a trick. That's the gracious, logical, reasonable thing to do. Because remember, if you say, God is real and he loves you, you know what they're going to say? Why should I believe that? Prove it. What are they doing? They're putting the burden of proof on you where it belongs. So I'm just simply saying, let's do the same thing back. Not that it's like revenge, it's the appropriate, reasonable thing to do. So, allow Columbo to help you out here, okay? Here's the key question. How did you come to that conclusion? Notice, super simple. How did you come to that conclusion? Or, if you don't want to use those exact words, just ask, why should I believe what you just said? Any question that asks why will fulfill that particular situation's role, right? So, for example, people say, the Bible has been translated and retranslated so many times, you can't possibly know that what the biblical authors wrote is what we have in our Bibles today. Okay. Now, again, I could take that claim, which, again, it's not an argument because they've provided no evidence. I could take that claim and respond to it. I could give a refutation of it, but that would be giving them what? A free ride, exactly. That's a mistake. That's taking on the burden when it doesn't belong to me. They made the claim, so it's their job to back it up. So my question to them is going to be simply, how did you come to that conclusion? And then just zip your mouth and wait for an answer. See if they can provide evidence for their claim. If not, they haven't presented an argument, they've just presented their opinion. Which is fine, opinions are allowed, but don't treat it like an argument. People say, Jesus taught reincarnation after he traveled to India. Really? Why should I believe that? You don't have to be a Jesus scholar or some sort of historian. That's an incredible claim. That's right. Now, do they have any evidence to back it up, or are they just trying to assert it? Right? So you simply say, well, what reasons do you have for believing that? How did you come to that conclusion? The universe came into existence by itself. How did you come to that conclusion? All religions are basically the same. The Bible's full of fables and myths. Every living thing came from a single-celled life form. Science has proven the Bible wrong. Notice, every single one of these statements is just an opinion. It's a roof on the ground. It's not a house. Do not treat it like an argument. Don't respond to it. Don't give them a free ride. Instead, make them shoulder the burden of proof. And by doing that, notice what you'll be doing. Same thing. You're buying yourself extra time. You're giving you a chance to catch your breath and think about your thoughts. It'll also give you more material to work with because now you'll better understand their view. Right? You won't be misrepresenting their views. Right? Now, I want you to know, though, don't be surprised if you ask them, how did you come to that conclusion? And they give you a blank stare. You know why? Because they're not used to Christians reversing the burden of proof. They're used to Christians giving them a free ride. They're used to being able to say some outrageous, ridiculous claim, throwing it out there, and the Christian starts to struggle. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? How am I going to respond to this? And they're just sitting back laughing, thinking, oh, this is so great. I can just whip up any ridiculous story, and the Christian's going to try to argue against it. Don't do that. You're making the task of evangelism 10 times harder than it needs to be. Instead, ask the Columbo question, what do you mean by that? And oftentimes they'll be like, or no, so not what do you mean by that? How did you come to that conclusion? So they make one of these claims, you say, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And they're like, oh, well, while I was reading on Facebook, it's like, what? Do you believe everything you read on the internet? Well, no. Again, oftentimes they don't have an answer because they're so used to Christians giving them a free ride, they've gotten away with it. But when you call them out on it graciously and say, how did you come to that conclusion? Now they're forced to give an answer. Now, if they give evidence or reasons for their view, okay, sure. Now they've turned their opinion or their claim into an argument. And then, and only then, would it be appropriate to give a response to their argument if they have one. But if they don't have evidence or reasons for their view, then they just give their opinion. You say, oh, okay, well, that's an interesting opinion. I guess you don't have any reasons why it's true. So, now you don't have to be snarky or mean about it, but just know that that's the reality of it. Just be aware of one thing, though. I call this a professor's ploy. This happens oftentimes at a university setting. There'll be some professor who's speaking about the subject of, say, Western civilization. Then all of a sudden, out of the middle of nowhere, the lecture will take a different turn and he'll start trashing the Bible. The Bible's full of fables and myths. And people are like, what in the world? Like, why is he talking about this? I thought this was a class on, like, history. Now, if there's a Christian in the room, oftentimes a Christian will think, okay, I'm going to use my tactics, and he'll raise his hand. Say, Professor, you just made a claim that the Bible's full of fables and myths. Do you have any evidence or reasons why we should believe that? Now, that's an appropriate question. The student is using the Columbo tactic appropriately to ask the professor to bear the burden of proof. But the professor's smart. He's had lots of Christians come and go through his class over the years, and here's what the professor says. He says, oh, young man, I appreciate your question. Look, I'm not here to impose my views on everybody. I'm willing to have an open-minded discussion about these topics. So, young man, I'm totally willing to let you now present why you think the Bible is trustworthy and true. Go ahead. Now, what has the professor just done? That's right. That's what you heard you say. But I know what you meant, right? He's just put the burden of proof back on the student. Is that where it belongs? No. So if you're in that kind of a situation, you do not take the bait. You'd be like, wait a minute, professor. You're the teacher, right? We're the students. We're here to learn from you. Besides, you're the one who made the claim. Do you have any evidence to back up what you just said? Or should we just take everything you say on faith? No, don't say that. That's kind of cocky, but right? But notice that happens in a university setting. This also happens in everyday conversations, You go over to, Aunt May's house, for Easter or whatever, and you're having a conversation with Uncle Bob, and Uncle Bob's like, hey, all religions are basically the same. So he's made the claim, he bears the burden, and you try to make him shoulder the burden of proof. He says, well, Uncle Bob, how did you come to that conclusion? And Uncle Bob's like, well, you think Christianity's true? Prove it. You're like, whoa, I didn't make any claim. You made the claim, but you see, he reversed the burden of proof back on you, which is not where it belongs. Now, as I said, if they give you evidence and turn it into an argument, then and only then should you respond. But what if you don't know how to respond? What if they give you an argument and you don't know how to address it? Here's what I do. First, I acknowledge their point. I say, hey, that's an interesting argument. Thanks for sharing that. I never thought about that. Then I ask if I can get back to them. I say, hey, can I think about that for a couple days and get back to you when I see you next week or at school or at work next time or whatever? By the way, I've never had anybody say no. They're like, sure, go ahead, think about it. Then I go home and I research the question. Maybe go to our website, str.org, or coldcasechristianity.com, or reasonablefaith.org, or go to Frank Turek's site. I'm sure he's going to talk about what site that is. But do your research, get your answer, and then come back to them when you see them next time and say, hey, I was thinking about what you said last week, and it occurred to me that, and give your response. So notice you don't have to have the answer right away, okay? It's okay if you do your research and get back to them. By the way, if you keep doing this every time you come across an argument you don't know the answer to, you know what you're going to get? An education. You're going to learn a lot of stuff, and you're going to find that people repeat the same kinds of objections over and over again. So I want you to notice how I've delivered on this promise I told you at the beginning. Remember, I said I was going to give you a game plan that will allow you to converse with confidence in any situation, no matter how little you think you know, and no matter how articulate, educated, or aggressive the other person you're talking to might be. You could use this question What do you mean by that? And how did you come to that conclusion? In any situation. You could be getting on a flight. Let's say you're flying from Dallas to, say, I don't know, Tallahassee. You got a couple hours in the airplane. And you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to start reading my Bible and hoping the person sitting next to me might maybe see me reading the Bible and maybe I can get into a conversation about my faith. Because you know how whenever you're doing something, like reading a book or on the computer, you can kind of tell the other person sometimes kind of doing that thing where they're like looking with their eyes, but they don't want to turn their head and be obvious that they're staring at you, but they're looking, right? So the plane starts to taxi and you open up your Bible and you're like, oh, okay, I hope this works, So you start reading the Bible and you notice the person sitting next to you starts to do that thing where they're like looking with their eyes. And you're like, oh, I got a live one. You're like all excited, right? So you go, okay, I'm gonna make my move now, right? So the plane takes off, you turn to them and say, hey, I noticed you're looking at my Bible here. Can I tell you about Jesus who's talked about in these pages? And as you're looking at them, you notice the person sitting next to you that you just said this to is Richard Dawkins, the most famous atheist on the planet. And you think to yourself, I'm dead. And my answer to you is, no, you're not, because you got Columbo who's got your back, okay? Because what you can do now is go into Columbo mode. Hey, Professor Dawkins, what do you mean by evolution? What do you mean by atheism? Yeah, how did you come to that conclusion? I see, very interesting. You can Columbo him to death, okay? And by the time the plane lands, Dawkins will be running down the aisle, get me out of here, because you've engaged him in great questions, all right? So this is what I mean. You can use these questions in any situation. All right, quick final thoughts here and we'll close. I live near a Marine Corps base in San Diego, and a lot of my friends in the military say the more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle, okay? What they mean is the more you practice in a safe environment with people who care about you, the less likely you are to get shot and bleed in a real life battle. And the same is true with these tactics. Use them today, use them tomorrow, use them with your friends, your family, your church members, whoever, because the more you make your lips and tongue flap up and down, the more likely you'll have the motor learning it is to say, what do you mean by that? How did you come to that conclusion? In a more hostile situation, it'll just be a lot easier, okay? Second of all, don't feel compelled to present the gospel in every conversation. I know this is a church and we have a tendency to think, man, unless I share the gospel with someone who's not a Christian every single time, I'm a total failure. And this becomes it becomes like a guilt trip, all right? And so what ends up happening is we try to force the gospel in a conversation where it just doesn't belong, Like your friend just bought a new truck. You're like, hey man, notice you bought a new truck. He's like, yeah man, you like my truck? You're like, yeah, I love it. I noticed you bought a Ford and not a Toyota. Why is that? Well, I wanted to buy American, and Ford F-150s are super popular, and so that's why I chose to buy a Ford. You're like, oh, okay, I could see how you made that decision. I see why you chose to buy a Ford. Why don't you also now choose to follow Jesus Christ? And they're like, whoa, like, where did that come from? Like, we're talking about trucks, and now you're talking about Jesus. Like, don't be that guy or gal who's trying to like shoehorn the gospel where it's just weird and awkward. Instead, make a more modest goal. Make it your goal to put a stone in their shoe. When you get a stone in your shoe, every time you walk, that stone starts poking you in the sole of your foot, and you can't stop thinking about it. Well, in the same way, use the Columbo tactic to engage people in conversation, to get them to think, to put a stone in their shoe, a stone in their soul the Holy Spirit can use to perhaps convict them of the idea or the point that you're trying to make. I'm not Catholic, but I like what Mother Teresa said. She says, look, God's not called me to be successful. He's called me to be faithful. Remember, it's not your job to convince people of your arguments or to make them Christians. It's your job, however, to be faithful, to be a gracious ambassador, to present the truth in a gracious, clear, and winsome way, and then leave the results up to God. Okay? Don't be committed to the end result. That's God's job. You be committed to your part of the bargain, which is to be a faithful ambassador to present the truth in a gracious way. All right, before we close, just like Pastor Cody said, this was passed out to you earlier when you came in. I just want you to just remind you here, you can fold it in half and notice that the side that has the rounded edges, okay, has what's called the Columbo tactic on one side. So this is for you to keep It's got the questions that we just talked about and one more. This is for you to keep in your back pocket, your wallet, your purse, your man bag, I don't know, your merce, whatever guys carry these days, satchel, okay? That's for you, okay? The card with the right-angled corners is for me. You'll notice as the pastor was mentioning that there's a place to fill out information here. We send out a free training article called Solid Ground. Either myself or my boss, Greg Kokel, will write that article. We mail it out to you for free for a year, only because we don't want to impose upon you. If you don't like it, it'll just stop. But if you still like it, just say, hey, no, I love it. Please keep sending it. We'll send it to you for free. And in that article, we talk about stuff like, what are some causes for same-sex attraction? How do we know that Jesus rose bodily from the grave? How should we think about stem cell research and cloning? What about transhumanism? What about critical race theory? How do you understand these ideas? Those are the topics that we cover in this free thing called Solid Ground. So if you want to get that for free, just got to tell us where you live, fill us out, and put it in the white boxes that you would normally put your offering in, and we'll get you signed up for that free training. Let me close in prayer. I'll invite Pastor Cody back up here. Lord Jesus, thank you that you have trusted us to be your ambassadors, Lord, to represent Jesus in all that we say and that we do, Lord. And that is a humbling task, but we thank you that your Holy Spirit lives in us, that gives us the wisdom and the courage to do that. And may we use questions like Jesus did, Lord, to engage people in a gracious way so that ultimately we could bring honor and glory to your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alan. Yeah, give him a round of applause. Super practical. I don't think you know this about us, but as you guys know, one of our core values is Monday morning relevant biblical preaching and teaching. That is Monday morning relevant, what you just heard. A way to walk through those conversations on a daily basis about many issues that he brought up, which you may have never heard of those terms that he brought up right there at the end that his article addresses. Critical race theory, same-sex attraction, all those things. I would recommend filling this out and dropping it in one of the receptacles outside of your venue where we place our offering or connect cards or those things. Drop that in there during this break. We're going to take a very, very short break just to change over computers and change over the screen here before we welcome our next guest speaker, Frank Turek. So this is only a 5-minute break. You won't hear Jason Earls welcome you back. So this is going to be a stretch break. So stretch it out, and we'll see you back here very, very soon.
Cause I throw all my cares before you. My doubts and fears don't scare you. You're bigger than I thought you were. You're bigger than I thought. So I stop all negotiations with the God of all creation. 'Cause you're bigger than I thought you were. You're bigger than I thought you were. Yeah.
You lift me up. My enemies won't overcome. To you I cry through darkness and night, but you have become my light. Let praises come for who you are and what you've done. Come all you saints and lift up his name, who brings us to life again. I know joy comes in the morning, turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that tears of joy you'll bring me through. With gladness I will sing to the Lord, praise you forevermore. I know joy comes in the morning, turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that you are working all things for my good. All things you are good. Oh, you're good. Through the fire we will be refined. Through the darkness we will see the light. Though we walk through the valleys, you walk beside us. You see us through to the other side. Through the fire we will be refined. Through the darkness we will see the light. Though we walk through the valleys, you walk beside us. You see us through to the other side. You see us through to the other side. I know joy comes in the morning, turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that you are working all things for my good. I know joy comes in the morning, turn my sadness into something new. Oh, I know that you are working all things for my good. All things you are good.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the West Campus, to the South Campus, and our internet campus. We're going to go ahead and get started. I want to also remind you to text in those questions. We have 50 questions already, I know, and we have more than 50 people. So you probably, if there's a question that you thought, I don't need to ask it. If you're thinking it, somebody else probably is as well. So go ahead and submit it, 682-647-5882. Submit those questions. Okay, now we're going to hear from Frank Turek. Frank, you're going to be hearing from him 2 sessions today, but he's also going to fill the pulpit tomorrow morning. So you'll hear from him again. So you'll hear from him 3 times total. But you're going to introduce him. I'm going to introduce him. He's going to do 1 session now. We'll do a Q&A session during our lunch. So that's why I keep emphasizing getting your questions in, and then we'll hear from him to close out the conference portion of our Navigate conference and Worldview weekend. Okay, but Frank is president of crossexamine.org, certainly a leading Christian apologist and cultural commentator. It's one of the reasons why we're excited to have him here. Obviously a prominent author, debater, lecturer. He's not afraid to go into hostile environments, but remember, you're not hostile, you're hospitable. So if you would, please welcome Frank Turek.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go back to December 26th, 1944, World War II. This is Lieutenant Hiro Onada. He's in the Japanese Imperial Army. He has been dropped off in Lubang Island, just to the southwest of Manila, to defend the Philippines for the Imperial Empire of Japan. At this point, the war is not going well for Japan. The Americans are going island to island on their way to Japan. And Onada is told that he has to hold off the American forces. And it doesn't go well in direct combat. So Onada and 3 other men are ordered into the jungle by his commanding officer. And the commanding officer says, you go in there and you continue to take out as many Filipino and American forces as you can. Keep doing it until I come back and relieve you of your duty. So Onada and his men go into the jungle of Lubang, and they keep fighting using guerrilla tactics. By September of the next year, 1945, the war is over. But Onada and his men don't come out. They're still in the Lubang jungle. They're still picking off Filipino troops, policemen. Finally, the Allies start dropping leaflets into the jungle of Lubang, saying, war's over, give up, come home. In fact, they got to the point where they dropped newspapers from Japan that says, war over, Japan loses, they've surrendered, give up. They even sent letters from Onada's family and dropped them into the jungle. Onada had been trained in guerrilla tactics and also in propaganda. And he looked at the newspaper articles and he says, it's impossible. There is no way the war is over, because nobody would have surrendered from Japan. 100 million dead was on the lips of everyone in Japan. We would never surrender. So if there are newspaper articles that say Japan has surrendered, they're propaganda. The war can't be over. In fact, before Onada went to war, his mother gave him a dagger and said, if you're ever captured, kill yourself with this dagger. Can you imagine any American mother telling her son, if you're ever captured, kill yourself with this? That was the culture in Japan. So Onada and his men stay in the jungle. They stay in the jungle through the 1940s, through the 1950s, through the 1960s. By 1974, Onada's the only one left. His colleagues have either died or given up. A Japanese tourist goes into the Lubang Island to find the legend of Onada. He goes into the jungle. Onada sees him and is about to shoot him until he realizes the guy is wearing sandals and white socks. And he says, only a true Japanese would wear sandals and white socks. so he doesn't shoot him. But this guy Suzuki says, "Hero, war is over, come home." Onada says, "I will not give up until my commanding officer who told me to do this until he comes back relieves me of my duty." So Suzuki goes back to Japan. The Japanese government fines the commanding officer of Onada from 29 years ago, he's a bookseller now in Japan. They find him. They fly him all the way to Lubang Island. He goes into the jungle. He finds Onada. And he says, "War's over. Come home. I'm relieving you of your duty." On March 9th, 1974, Hiro Onada walks out of the jungle at 52 years old. He's still wearing his uniform, although it's a little bit tattered. He has 500 rounds of ammunition, several grenades. He has a rifle in working order, and he has his ceremonial sword. 2 days later, he hands the sword to Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos, who pardons him of the 30 murders he committed over those 29 years because he didn't know the war was over. He would not give up until his commanding officer, who told him to keep fighting, relieved him of his duty. 52 years old. And he wouldn't give up. Here's my question. Who is your commanding officer? Why wouldn't he give up? Because his commanding officer represented God to him, because the Japanese thought their emperor was God, and this guy was a representative. His commanding officer was a representative of God. So he couldn't give up. The question is, who's your commanding officer? Because I see a lot of Christians today who are disagreeing with God. They're disagreeing with the God who sacrificed himself for them, who didn't just sacrifice himself for them, but also rose from the dead. You know, one reason they may be disagreeing with the true God is because they don't know why Christianity is true. They have a lot of doubts about Christianity. I mean, we're saying Jesus rose from the dead. How many resurrections have you seen? You actually think it happened? Hasn't science somehow disproven miracles? Do we believe in this stuff anymore? Wasn't the New Testament written down by religious people who invented it and made it up? How could you believe this? Well, I actually think it's pretty easy to show that Christianity is true. You only need to answer 4 questions in the affirmative to show that it's true. In other words, if you investigate these 4 questions, I think you'll realize that the answer to these 4 questions is yes. And if the answer to these 4 questions is yes, then Christianity is true. What are the 4 questions? Here are the 4 questions. I need sound for this. This is cool sound. There we go. Now that is some pretty grooving music, isn't it? That is actually from our TV show, which is on every Wednesday nights on DirecTV here in Texas. It'd be 8 p.m. It's also on Roku. Look for DirecTV channel 378 or NRB TV on Roku. And we're on radio every Saturday morning. Here it'd be 9 a.m. I think it's on in Dallas here, but I know if you're a college or high school student, you don't get up until the crack of noon on most Saturdays, other than this one. So it's podcasted. You can listen to it whenever you want. It's called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. And what we do is we present evidence for Christianity, and we cross-examine ideas against it. Now, why are these the 4 questions? Truth, God, miracles, and the New Testament. Well, if there is no truth, as the first question asks, does truth exist? If there's no truth, then obviously Christianity can't be true. I mean, you hear people saying there's no truth. You got your truth, I got my truth. In fact, in the service tomorrow, we're going to cover point 1. Does truth exist? Of course, if there's no truth, Christianity can't be true. But if there's no truth, atheism can't be true either, right? We're going to deal with that question tomorrow. The question we're going to deal with today is, does God exist? Because Christianity can't be true if there's no God. I hope to show you today that there really is a theistic God. What's a theistic God? That's a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, moral, personal, intelligent creator who created all things and sustains all things to this very moment. We're going to, in a minute, look at 3 arguments for this being. These arguments are taught in the Bible, but you don't need the Bible to know them. In fact, I hope to establish point 2, that God does exist without reference to the Bible. Third question, are miracles possible? Obviously, Christianity can't be true if miracles are not possible. But I hope to show you this morning that not only are miracles possible, but the greatest miracle in the Bible has already occurred, and even atheists are admitting the data for this miracle. Then the key question is the New Testament true, particularly with regard to the resurrection? Why? Because if Jesus rose from the dead, game over, Christianity's true. Of course, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, game over, it's false. You might as well sleep in on Sunday and do what you want the rest of the week, because if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, as Paul said, your faith is in vain. Now, we can go into a lot more detail if we had more time, but we don't, so we can't cover all these points today. What we're going to do this morning here is just cover, does God exist? And we're going to have to abbreviate that to get it done in the period of time we have. Now, as you know, we're already about 20 minutes late, just the events that occurred this morning. So we're probably going to go right to about noon before we go to lunch, okay? So you may be looking at your thing going, oh, we're supposed to be done at 11:45. We'll probably go to about noon, all right? So we're going to start right here. Does God exist? Tomorrow morning, as I say, we'll cover, does truth exist? Are you guys ready to go? All right. I mentioned 3 arguments for the existence of God. Let me list them first. The first argument is from the beginning of the universe, known as the cosmological argument. Cosmological comes from the Greek word cosmos, which means world or universe. And it says if the universe had a beginning, it must have had a beginner. The second argument is the argument from design, known as the teleological argument. And telos is a Greek word meaning design or purpose. It says if there's design in the universe and design in life, such as you, then there must be a designer. Now, these 2 arguments have some scientific evidence behind them. We'll see a little bit of that here in a few minutes. The third argument doesn't have any science behind it, yet it's the argument that everyone has intuitively understood since we were very small children, and it's the argument from morality known as the moral argument. And it says if there's one thing morally wrong out there, just one, like it's wrong to torture babies for fun, or it's wrong to murder 6 million people in the Holocaust, then there has to be a God. Why? Because if there is no standard beyond humanity, then everything's just a matter of opinion. That's just your opinion against a baby torturer's opinion, or your opinion against Hitler's opinion. We all know those issues aren't just a matter of opinion. If that's the case, there must be an unchanging moral standard outside of ourselves to which we are obligated. That's what we mean by God's nature. If God doesn't exist, you can't say anything is right or wrong. And we all know things are right and wrong. So God, therefore, must exist. And we'll get to that question later. We're going to start right here at the cosmological argument. Now, you got to admit, it was worth coming here this morning just to see God move like that. Don't you think? Some of you missed that. Some of you said, I've never seen God move. Oh, really? Let's look at that again. Look at this. Look at that, huh? Now, this is the argument that many say points back to the big... Oh, I need the sound up! Man! I know some of you Christians are going, Frank, we're Christians, we don't believe in the Big Bang. I believe in the Big Bang. I just know who banged it. Now, the evidence for the Big Bang is so good that even many atheists are admitting the data. In fact, Stephen Hawking, who was the top physicist in the world until he died a few years ago, he was an atheist, put it this way. He said, almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang. Now, Hawking tried to come up with another explanation other than God for the beginning. He failed, but he's admitting the data. What's the data? That space, time, and matter literally came into existence out of nothing. There was no space, time, and matter, and then it suddenly came into existence. We'll see the implications of that here in a minute. It wasn't just Hawking who said this. An agnostic astronomer by the name of Alexander Vilenkin, originally from Russia, now teaches at Tufts University, put it this way. He said, with the proof now in place, cosmologists, and by the way, a cosmologist is not someone that puts on your makeup, all right? A cosmologist is someone that studies the origin of the universe. Cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is now no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Look at two interesting words in this quote here. Number one is the word proof. It's usually off limits for scientists to use the word proof. Why? Because science is tentative, all right? There's more evidence you could get, your view might change. But Vilenkin sees so many pieces of evidence pointing to the conclusion that the universe had a beginning that he's willing now to call it a proof. The other interesting question is the word problem. Why is it a problem? If all of nature had a beginning, why is that a problem? Because if all of nature had a beginning, then you can't find a natural cause for all of nature. There must be something beyond nature, something what we would call supernature, something beyond nature, a supernatural cause. Now, we are not this morning going to go through the evidence for this. Why? Number one, we don't have time. Number two, it's all in the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, chapter 3. And number three, it's not controversial. Even the atheists are admitting the data for it. So we're just going to jump to the bottom line, the implications. And here is the bottom line. If the universe had a beginning, it seems it must have had a beginner. We've got two options. Either no one created something out of nothing, which is the atheistic view, or someone created something out of nothing, which is the theistic view. Now, which view is more reasonable? What do you think? Yeah, number two. Well, I was at Texas A&M about 15 years ago. Aggie mating call. And I put this slide up, and there was an atheist in the audience that said, oh, I think number one is more reasonable. I said, number one? Let's look at number two for a second. Number two says someone created something out of nothing. Well, that's a miracle, right? But at least you got a miracle worker. You got someone. Number one is a miracle with no miracle worker. That's clearly absurd. By the way, do you realize that everyone believes in at least one miracle? Well, we as Christians believe in more. We believe the universe was created. That's a miracle, and we believe all the miracles in the Bible. But atheists believe in one miracle. We believe that someone created something out of nothing. Many atheists now believe that no one created something out of nothing. Which view takes more faith, do you think? They've got to have a lot more faith to believe this. So I said to the audience that night at A&M, I said, to show you how seriously we all take the law of causality. And by the way, the law of causality doesn't say everything has a cause. The law of causality says everything that comes to be has a cause. There has to be an uncaused first cause. There has to be a cause that has always existed. It's either the universe or something outside the universe. Those are the only two choices we have. So I said to the audience at A&M that night, I said, to show you how seriously we all take the law of causality, that everything that comes to be has a cause, and that things don't pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause. There is nobody sitting here in this auditorium today who is currently worried that as you sit here, a hippopotamus has appeared out of nothing by nothing in your dorm room and is currently pooping on your pillow, right? You don't worry about that. You're not worried that a raging Bengal tiger is just going to appear in this auditorium right now, in this church right now, out of nothing in the aisle and start devouring people. Why? Because you know that things don't pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause. And if the whole universe could do so, then why doesn't everything do so? Why don't Teslas pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? You wake up one morning, you look in your driveway, your Hyundai is now a Tesla. You go, how do I charge this thing? Why don't MacBook Pros pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? Could have saved me $4,000 if I was just a little bit more patient. If you're hungry later after this seminar and you want to have a pizza, does it make sense to order one? Or should you just sit in your kitchen, wait, and hope one pops into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? No, it's the atheists that have all the faith. Now, if space, matter, and time had a beginning out of nothing, and that's what all the evidence is pointing to, then whatever created space, time, and matter can't be made as space, time, and matter. In other words, the cause must transcend space, time, and matter. The cause must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful to create the universe out of nothing, personal in order to choose to create. Why personal? Because to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice, and only persons make choices. Impersonal forces don't decide to do things. Also, the being would also have to be intelligent to have a mind to make a choice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause, who do you think of? God. You say, well, Frank, how do you know it's the Christian God? We don't. Yet. I mean, this could be Allah at this point, right? We don't know. But if we keep going through those questions I mentioned at the top, are miracles possible? Is the New Testament reliable to tell us the truth about the resurrection? If we keep looking for that evidence, we're going to realize that the same being that walked out of the tomb 1,988 years ago is the same being in whose divine nature created the universe out of nothing. We haven't gotten there yet. All we've gotten to is the fact that we have 6 attributes for the existence of God from one argument, the cosmological argument. Now, here's a question to ask an atheist. If there is no God, why is there something rather than nothing? In other words, if there is no God, why does anything exist? Because if there was nothing, then nothing would persist. But since there's something that had a beginning, there must be something outside of it that didn't have a beginning, that has always existed. By the way, this answers the question, who made God? Why? No one made God. Because he's the unmade being. He's timeless. If he's timeless, did he have a beginning? No, he's outside of time. He is the uncaused first cause. He is what Aristotle would call the unmoved mover. And the Bible calls the great I am, the being that didn't have a beginning, that will not have an end, the being that just bees, that has always existed. Now, there's a lot more in the book on that, but we got to move on to the teleological argument, the design argument. And there's 2 aspects to this. The universe appears to be designed, and so do you. Let's look at the universe first. What scientists have discovered in recent decades is that the universe is fine-tuned to support life. That if you were to change any one of a number of parameters about our universe just slightly, virtually imperceptibly, either the universe would not exist or it would exist in such a way that life couldn't be supported. And we'll start with Stephen Hawking to give you a couple of examples of this. Again, an atheist. Here's what he said about the beginning of the universe. If the expansion rate of the universe was different by 1 part in 1,000 million, a second after the Big Bang, the universe would have collapsed back on itself or never developed galaxies. In other words, if the expansion rate from the very beginning was that infinitesimally different, there would be no universe, or there would be a universe where we wouldn't be here. Now, you can't make sort of any evolutionary explanation for this. You can't say, well, the expansion rate evolved to this point by chance. Why? Because this is the starting expansion rate. This is how the universe began. It didn't evolve, it started there. It's part of what we call the initial conditions of the universe. Seems to me the same being that created space-time and matter is the same being that made the expansion rate precisely what it needed to be for us to be here. Also, the gravitational force, if it were altered by more than 1 part in 10 to the 40th power, we wouldn't be here. What's 1 in 10 part to the 40th power? It's 1 part in 1 with 40 zeros following it. You say, Frank, I can't get my head around that number. I know, neither can I, so let me give you an illustration. Take a tape measure and stretch it across the entire known universe. That's a long way. You can't get that tape measure at Lowe's, okay? Set the gravitational force at a particular inch mark on that tape measure. I realize gravity's not measured in inches, but this is just to give you a scale idea in your mind. If the strength of gravity were different by 1 inch in either direction across a scale as wide as the entire known universe, we wouldn't be here. That's 1 in 10 to the 40th precision. I don't have enough faith to believe that that value just landed there by chance. And oh, by the way, when scientists use the word chance, what do they mean? I mean, is chance a cause? Does chance cause things? Who caused this? Chance. He was just here. No. Chance is not a cause. Chance is a word we use to describe mathematical possibilities. Chance doesn't do a thing. When scientists use the word chance, you know what they really mean? We don't know. Look, there's only two reasons that value is where it is right now. It was either designed to be there or it wasn't. What makes the most sense? Somebody designed it to be right there. Not only that, not only does our universe appear to be designed with us in mind, our solar system appears to be as well. Let's take a look at our solar system for a minute. Where are we in the solar system? There we are, third rock from the sun. If we were just a little bit closer to or a little bit further away, we couldn't survive. A little bit closer to, we'd burn up. A little bit further away, we'd freeze. We are what scientists call the Goldilocks zone. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it is... That's a lie. It's too hot here in the summer. Axial tilt, 23.5 degrees. Change that slightly, we don't exist. Earth rotation, 24 hours. Change that slightly, we don't exist. If the size and distance of the moon from us was any different, we couldn't live here. If Jupiter was not in its current orbit, we couldn't live here on Earth. Why not? Because Jupiter acts as a cosmic vacuum cleaner. Its gravitational force is so strong that it attracts most of the meteors and space junk to it rather than us. In fact, if you take a close-up look at Jupiter, you see these purple marks here? These purple marks are comet fragment strikes that are bigger than the Earth. Thank God for Jupiter. Because if Jupiter wasn't there, we wouldn't be here. I need a little sound for this, by the way. You got to have some sound while this is happening. In fact, take a look at the planets here. You got Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Earth. Look at poor Pluto down here. I don't know about you, but Pluto recently has been demoted as a planet. I think it's size discrimination. Take a look at this. You can hardly see Pluto. Take a look at this. That's Arcturus. That's another star in our galaxy. Here's the sun. Jupiter is 1 pixel in size on this scale. Earth is invisible. Pluto, forget about it. All right, keep an eye on Arcturus now. Where's Arcturus now? Just to the right of the white star Regal here. That's Antares. That's another star in our galaxy. The sun is 1 pixel in size on this scale. Jupiter is invisible. Earth, Pluto, forget about them. In fact, if the Earth was the size of a golf ball, Betelgeuse here would be 5 or 6 Empire State Buildings high. The heavens are awesome. And this is just inside our galaxy. This is not outside our galaxy. All these stars are inside our galaxy. And the average distance between stars in our galaxy is 30 trillion miles, and all that distance is necessary for us to exist here on Earth. Now, 30 trillion miles, how far is that? Far. It'll take you at least 2 tanks of gas and a Toyota Prius to go 30 trillion miles. A number of years ago, my wife and I took our 3 sons out to Tucson to visit my in-laws, and in Tucson, they have a desert museum. And if you go to Tucson, to this desert museum at night, if it's a clear night, you can see thousands of stars in the sky. So we're out there one night, and the guide says, wow, it's so clear tonight that if we look up at 9:03, we'll see the space shuttle in orbit. Oh, come on, we're not going to see the space shuttle. It's only 120 feet long. It's 350 miles up. We're not going to see it. Oh, me of little faith. At 9:03, the guide goes, look! And we look up in the sky about 70 degrees above the horizon. There's an object streaking across the western desert sky relative to us about like this. When it got right about here, it disappeared. I don't know whether Scotty beamed it up or what. Actually, what happened was, despite the fact that we were in total darkness, the space shuttle was so high up that the sun was still reflecting off of it, and when it got out of the range of the sun, we couldn't see it anymore. Now, when the space shuttle was in orbit, the space shuttle was traveling at about 18,000 miles an hour. That's 5 miles per second. You got trouble getting to work in the morning? Take the space shuttle. You'll be 5 miles a second. Think about how fast that is. Well, I did a little calculation to try and figure out how long would it take us if we could get in the space shuttle and go from our star, the sun, to another star in our galaxy an average distance away 30 trillion miles. In other words, how long would it take us to go 30 trillion miles at 5 miles per second? How long do you think it would take us? A long time. You must be a math major. It would take us 201,450 years. That means if you got in the space shuttle at the time of Christ and started traveling from our star, the sun, to another star an average distance away, just in our galaxy, you've been going 5 miles a second for 2,000 years, you would be less than 1/100th of the way there right now. And we're going to explore space. No, we're not. We're not going anywhere in space. We can hardly get out of our solar system. It took us 9 years to get to Pluto. Now, as you know, the Hubble Space Telescope has enabled us to look deeper into space like we ever could before. I want to show you something from Hubble Ultra Deep Field. You can go Google this. It's in the public domain. And what we did with the Hubble Space Telescope a number of years ago is we trained the Hubble on 1/24 millionth of the sky. What's 1/24 millionth of the sky? Go outside tonight, put a piece of rice on the end of your finger, hold it up. That piece of rice represents about 1/24 millionth of the sky. So what did they find when they did this? What I'm going to show you, and I don't know if you can see this at the bottom of this screen. You see these are mountains right here? Okay, this is a piece of the sky from the southern hemisphere. I'm going to show you the video from Hubble Ultra Deep Field, and when I show it, you're going to see the constellations come up, and then Hubble Ultra Deep Field is going to zoom in on 1/24 millionth of the sky. Are you ready to see what they found? Okay, there is no audio. It's just video. Are you ready? Here we go. Here are the constellations. 1/24 millionth of the sky. What you're looking at are nearly 10,000 galaxies in 1/24 millionth of the sky. Now, how many stars are out there? The number of stars that are out there are about equivalent to the number of grains of sand on all the beaches, on all the earth, times 100,000. And to go from one star to another star inside our galaxy, going 5 miles a second, will take you over 200,000 years. The heavens are awesome. We should stop using the word awesome in anything other than God or the heavens. Awesome shot, dude. Awesome shirt. No! What other word do you have? In Isaiah, the 40th chapter, God is speaking. And what does God say? To whom will you compare me, or who is my equal, says the Holy One. In other words, God says, you want to know what I'm like? Here's the answer. Lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these stars and named them one by one? Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. You want to know what God is like? Look to the heavens. The heavens declare the glory of God. By the way, everybody knows this. You don't need a Bible to know this. The Bible talks about this, but you don't need the Bible to know there must be a creator. And literally an awesome creator. You say, Frank, why would he care about me? The psalmist puts it this way. God's love to those that fear him exceeds the height of the heavens above the earth. For as high as the heavens are above the earth, so great is his love for those that fear him. How high are the heavens above the earth? Stars equivalent to grains of sand on all the beaches on all the earth times 100,000. Over 200,000 years between stars at 5 miles a second. That's infinite. That's the point. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been going through some difficulty lately and you can't figure out why God is allowing certain things to happen in your life, is it possible that the God who created all this and sustains all this might have a reason for what you're going through, even if you never figure out what that reason is this side of eternity? What does he say to Job? Job, you're lecturing me on morality? You don't even know how the heavens work. But as amazing as the heavens are, you know they're not nearly as amazing as you are. Why? Because the heavens aren't made in the image of God, but you are. Now, what does it mean to be made in the image of God? It doesn't mean you look like God, because God is an immaterial being. It means you're a person like God. You have mind, emotion, and will. You know, you feel, and you want. And you're put on this earth to be his imager. You're put on this earth to be his ambassador. You're put on this earth to do what he does, to create and to bring his message to people who need to hear it. God gives us the dignity of causality to actually affect time and eternity by being his ambassadors here on earth. That's what we're here to do. He's our commanding officer, not the culture, not things that we think are going to make us happy. He is. And you are amazing all the way back to the beginning. This is you in the womb at 11 weeks. Question, is this animal, mineral, vegetable, or human? Human. In fact, let's go back even further than 11 weeks. Let's go all the way back to when your mother and your father got together to conceive you. Have you guys had this talk before? I see some young people in here, so I'll try and be discreet. I also see some older people in here, so I'll try and be discreet as well, just in case you've forgotten how this works. When your mother and your father got together to conceive you, your mother unconsciously perfumed her egg to attract your father, and then your father sent the entire population of the United States, 300 million soldiers, toward your mother's egg. And then there was a race. And you won. Don't let anyone ever tell you you're not special. You beat out 300 million others. You have blown away anything Michael Phelps has done. Now, seeing some of you limp in here earlier makes it hard for me to believe you were the fastest soldier in the gene pool, but you were. Now, your soldier was 20 to 30 times smaller than a grain of salt, yet it contained half of the 3.2 billion letter genome, your software program that makes you you. All the letters were in the right order. And then your mother's egg was about the size of a period at the end of a sentence in an average book, and it contained the other half of the 3.2 billion letter software program, your genome, that makes you you. And when your soldier and your egg came together, a new 100% genetic human being was created. You know, you have not received any more genetic information from this point until right now. Your genetic information has just duplicated itself. In fact, there are only 4 things separating you from adulthood: time, air, water, and food. Those are the same 4 things that separated 2-year-old from adulthood. Does this have implications on the abortion issue? Yeah, I think it does. We don't kill the 2-year-old. Why do we kill the unborn child in the womb? Genetically, it's the same. You say, wait a minute, Frank. You can't legislate morality. All right, no extra charge for this. This was the subject of our first book, creatively titled Legislating Morality. All laws legislate morality. Every law declares one behavior right and the opposite behavior wrong. You can't think of a law which doesn't legislate morality. The only question is, whose morality will we legislate? And when people come up to me and they say, well, Frank, don't impose your morality on me. I go, why not? Would that be immoral? And why are you imposing your morality on me right now? You're saying I ought not impose ought nots, but you're telling me I ought not impose a morality. You're doing exactly what you're claiming I can't do. Actually, there's a better answer when people say this, don't impose your morality on me. It's this. This isn't my morality. I didn't make this stuff up. I didn't make up the fact that murder's wrong, that abortion's wrong, that rape is wrong, that theft is wrong, that men were made for women and women were made for men, and the best way to perpetuate and stabilize society, which is the reason the government's involved in marriage to begin with, is to legally recognize that man-woman relationship over every other relationship. I didn't make any of this stuff up. This isn't my morality. This isn't your morality. This just happens to be the morality. The one Thomas Jefferson said was self-evident. The one the Apostle Paul said, the Gentiles are not of the law written on their hearts. Everybody already knows this morality. Now, if you have a problem with this morality, you don't have a problem with me. I didn't make it up. You have the problem with the Creator upon whose nature this morality is derived. All right, no extra charge for that. Let's go back to this. From this point till right now, a construction project of astonishing complexity began taking place. Cells began multiplying at a rate of 4,000 cells per second. Brain cells began multiplying at a rate of 100,000 cells per second. For most of you, anyway. Some cells became brain cells, others heart cells, others lung cells. Some cells went so far across you to become what they needed to become that it would be equivalent to you today walking across the United States alone. And that construction project continues to this very moment. You just made 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another 4 million new red blood cells. Knock it off. I mean, are you thinking about this? Are you going, wait a minute, Frank, time out, got to concentrate. New red blood cells coming up. No, this is just happening. Well, how is it happening? You know, Aristotle recognized something 2,400 years ago. He didn't know anything about blood cells, but he noticed that all of nature is going in a direction. You ever notice that an acorn, if it's properly nourished, will always go in the direction of becoming an oak tree? Why does it do that? Why does an acorn always become an oak tree? Why doesn't it become an elm tree or a birch tree or a seahorse? You say because it's programmed to become an oak tree. Well, who programmed it? And by the way, is an acorn conscious? Does it have a mind? Is it sitting in the ground going, all right, what do I have to do to become an oak tree? No. But yet it reliably goes in the direction of becoming an oak tree. If it doesn't have a mind of its own, then there must be an external mind directing it toward an end. That external mind is what Aristotle called the unmoved mover. Thomas Aquinas came along in the 1200s AD, and he said, this is going to be my fifth way to argue for God, that everything is going in a direction. If it's going in a direction, it must have a director who's outside the system, moving it all forward. Now notice, this is not a way back when Big Bang cause. This is a sustaining every moment of existence cause. Every single moment of existence, God is directing everything toward an end. The natural laws, which are so designed and precise, fine-tuned, were created and are sustained by a mind keeping everything going. The Apostle Paul comes along and he says, in him we live and move and have our being. And Christ holds all things together. The writer of Hebrews says, God sustains all things by his powerful word. Yes, he created the universe, but he also created all the natural laws that are driving our existence right now, and he sustains them every single moment. There's a lot more in the book Stealing from God on this, but we got to move on because we're almost out of time. We've got to move on to the third argument for the existence of God. Now, on a college campus, this argument, the moral argument, for many is the most relevant because you can ignore whether the universe had a beginning. You can ignore the fact that everything here appears to be designed, but it's really hard to ignore morality. Why? Because we deal with it every day. And particularly on a college campus or even a high school campus, there's a very heightened sense of justice. Do you realize that if there's no God, there's no such thing as justice? Everything's just a matter of opinion. To show you how there has to be a God for any of this to exist, let me ask you this question. How do you know that your quarterback throwing a touchdown is better than your quarterback throwing an interception? How do you know? What do you have to know in order to say the touchdown was better than the interception? Not just the rules. You have to know the purpose of the game, right? If you don't know the purpose of the game, you can't say this play was good and this play was bad, because if there's no purpose, there is no good or bad. They're just indifferent. You only know the touchdown is better because you know the purpose of the game is to score more points than the other team. Well, if there's no purpose to life, how can you say murder is bad and love is good? If there's no God, there's no purpose. Everything's just a matter of opinion. You like murder, somebody else doesn't. Oh well, who's there to adjudicate? No one. That's just your opinion. In fact, if there is no God, the Nazis were not wrong. How did we convict the Nazis in Nuremberg? They said, hey, we're just following orders. We're following the orders of our government. And we said, there's a law above your government. It's called international law. C.S. Lewis called it the moral law. It's God's nature. That's the only way you can say that the Nazis were wrong and the Allies were right. In fact, how can you protest against your government if the government is always right? Because the government isn't always right. Sometimes the government's wrong. Because you're appealing to a standard beyond your government. If there is no God, love is no better than rape. Oh, you may like love better than rape, but there's nothing morally different about it. Certainly, if evolution has given us these moral inclinations, why not rape to propagate our genes? You'd have to import a moral law from the outside to say don't do that. If there is no God, there are no human rights. Obviously, in the past year or so, human rights have become something that our country has been protesting and discussing. Do you realize if there's no God, there are no human rights? There's nothing wrong with racism. Nothing wrong with slavery. Everything's just a matter of opinion. Racism isn't wrong. Tolerance is no better than intolerance. By the way, are Christians commanded to be tolerant? No. Christians are not commanded to be tolerant. Christians are commanded to be loving. There's a difference. Tolerance says hold your nose and put up with them. Love says reach out and help them. And in order to love people, quite frequently you can't tolerate what they do. Love does not require approval. Every parent knows this. Parents, if you tolerate everything your kid wants to do, are you loving? No, you're unloving. In order to love people, you have to stand in the way of the evil they want to do. If you don't, you're unloving. The way you love people is to tell them the truth. The famous economist Thomas Sowell said, if you tell people what they want to hear, you're helping yourself. If you tell people what they need to hear, you're helping them. And too often, we tell people what they want to hear so they don't get mad at us. So we're helping ourselves, aren't we? No, we need to stand in the way of evil. We don't tolerate evil. Now in our country, we're not only tolerating evil, we're celebrating it and we're paying for it. You can't complain about the problem of evil if there is no God. Why? Because evil doesn't exist unless God exists. In fact, we're going to talk about this in the next segment, so I won't go any further into it now when we talk about if God, why evil. Except to say that the shadows prove the sunshine. In order to have shadows, you have to have sunshine. In other words, in order to have evil, you have to have good. Oh, you can have sunshine without shadows, you can have good without evil, but you can't have evil without good. So as we'll see in the next segment, evil actually shows God does exist. We'll unpack that further then. So we could spend more time on the moral argument. Maybe we'll get some questions about it. But let's sum up what we've discovered from these three arguments. Without opening the Bible, we have a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent, moral, sustaining cause who created all things and sustains all things. This is what we mean by the God of the Bible, and we haven't even opened the Bible yet. Now, if we had time, we could go into the next question. Are miracles possible? We don't, except 1 minute on this question. A lot of people don't believe in miracles because they've never seen one. That's not a good reason to disbelieve in miracles. In fact, you believe in a lot of things you've never seen. But let me just say one thing about this. What is the greatest miracle in the Bible? It's not the resurrection. The resurrection's easy compared to the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle in the Bible is the first verse. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Because if that verse is true, every other verse is at least possible, right? I mean, if God created the heavens and the earth out of nothing, can he do whatever he wants? It's not logically impossible inside the universe? Can he raise Jesus from the dead if he can create the whole universe out of nothing? Of course. Can he part the Red Sea? Can he walk on water? Can he make axe heads float in water? Can he heal people? Of course he can. Well, the interesting thing is even atheists are admitting the first verse appears to be true. They don't think God did it, but they're admitting the data that space, time, and matter literally had a beginning out of nothing. Well, the gig is up. Because when people say they don't believe in miracles, I say, look around, you're living in one. This universe is a miracle. And the God that created this universe can certainly intervene in it if he wants to, and he has. So, if you want to go further, text the word evidence to 44222. If you text the word evidence to 44222, I'm going to send you the entire PowerPoint presentation in a PDF format, more than I could show you today. I only just showed you one of the 4 questions. If you want the whole thing, just text the word evidence. Don't put quotes on it, just the word evidence to 44222. Also on the book table, and I think on the West Campus, we have some books out there. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. The DVD set, which goes into all this in great detail, about 7 hours long, is back there. There's workbooks you can get with it. You can take them through a small group or high school, or even junior high can handle that. And the new book, Stealing from God, is back there. And Stealing from God, Christians, is not about tithing. Okay? The subtitle is Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. I've noticed that when atheists are arguing there is no God, they actually have to steal aspects of reality that would only exist if God existed in order to say he doesn't exist. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next session. So, bottom line, who is your commanding officer? Is it yourself? Is it your friends? Is it social media? Is it just your own desires? Or is it the God who created you and this universe and sustains you and this universe and died for you and also rose from the dead to prove he was God? That's a question we all need to answer, isn't it? Because our culture is getting more and more hostile to Christianity. And you might be tempted to go, I'm not going to do what my commanding officer told me. I'm going to do what the culture wants me to do. Can I just be blunt with you? You're a coward. When was the last time you heard an apologetics presentation end with "you're a coward"? We're done.
All right, thank you, Frank. I was going to say that talk was awesome, but you told me to not use the word awesome. So I'll have to think of another word, but thank you very much. You're going to hear from Frank after lunch. And so I want to remind you, yes, at the Fort Worth campus, at the West campus, those resources that he mentioned are available. If you're at the South campus, there's a screen to text Tyler Durham. If you're on our internet campus, that's in the chat. His email address is in the chat. Tyler's is. You can email him for those resources. We're going to dismiss to your specific campuses. If you're on the internet campus, we're going to be back in about 15 minutes, but we're going to dismiss so you can get lunch instructions. So God bless you. West campus and South campus, we'll see you in the internet campus in about 15 minutes. Okay, now the Fort Worth campus, we're gonna go grab lunch and we're gonna come right back in here for Q&A. Now we're gonna ask you a favor, if you would go out the side doors. Bacon wrapped fillets are on this side. Chilean sea bass is on this side. So if you'll go back, no, same options, obviously. If you'll go out those side doors, that'll expedite our process so that you can go to the restroom, whatnot, grab lunch, and come back in here, and we'll eat and ask questions and get answers during our lunch period. So about 15 minutes, so go and eat.
Show you my weakness, my failures and flaws. Lord, you've seen them all, and you still call me friend. 'Cause the God of the mountain is the God of the valley. There's not a place your mercy and grace won't find me again.
just one word, you calm the storm that surrounds me. Yeah, just one word, the darkness has to retreat. And just one touch, I feel the presence of heaven. Yeah, just one touch, my eyes were open to see. My heart can't help but believe. Say, there's nothing that I can't. There's not a mountain that he can't move. Well, praise the name that makes a way. There's nothing that our God can't do. Oh, yeah, just one word, you heal what's broken inside me. Just takes a word, oh, just one word, and you revive every dream. You're gonna dream again. You're gonna dream again. Yeah, just one touch, I feel the power of heaven. Just one touch, my eyes were open to see. Wow, I can't help but believe. No, there's nothing that God can't do. There's not a mountain that he can't move. Oh, praise the name that makes a way. There's nothing that our God can't do. Oh, we believe there's nothing that our God can't do. There's not a prison wall he can't break through. Oh, praise the name that makes a way. There's nothing that our God can't do. Oh, we will sing and believe it. Come on, say it. I will believe for greater things. There's no power like the power of Jesus. So let faith arise. Let all agree. There's no power like the power. You gotta sing it, come on. I will believe, alright? For greater things. There's no power like the power. Come on, come on and sing. Let faith arise. Let all agree. There's no power like the power of Jesus. I will believe for greater things. There's no power like the power of Jesus. Let faith arise. Let all agree. There's no power like his power. There's nothing that I can't. There's not a mountain that. Come on and praise the name that makes a way. There's nothing that our Jesus can't do. Oh, there's nothing that our God can't do. There's not a prison wall he can't break through.
Okay, weird announcement real fast, but I heard that if you got the gluten-free option, the cookie is not gluten-free. I hope that doesn't send your faith into a tailspin, that you've been sold a bill of goods, but the cookie in the gluten-free box is not gluten-free, so apologies.
You'll do what you say you'll do. You'll be who you've always been to us, Jesus. Our hope is in you alone. Our strength in your mighty name. Our peace in the darkest day remains Jesus. Come on, Pastor. Sing what we know. Sing it. This we know. We will see the enemy run. This we know. We will see the victory come. We hold on to every promise you ever made. Jesus, you are unfailing. Oh, it's true. Our guide through the wilderness. Our joy in the heaviness. Oh, yeah. Our way when it seems there is no way. Jesus. Oh, we sing what we know. This we know. We will see the enemy run. This we know. We will see the victory come. We hold on to every promise you ever made. Jesus, you are unfailing. Oh, so we trust you. We trust you. We trust you. Your ways are higher than our own. We trust you. We trust you. Your ways are higher than our own. And we trust you. Jesus, we trust you. Your ways are higher than our own. So we trust you. In all things we trust you. Your ways are higher than our own. And this we know. We will see the enemy run. This we know. We will see the victory come. We hold on to every promise you ever made. Jesus, you are unfailing. Oh, this we know. We will see the enemy run. This we know. We will see the victory come. We're holding on to every promise you ever made. Jesus, you are unfailing. Yes, we know. Oh, Jesus, you are unfailing. Jesus, you are unfailing. At your name, the mountains shake and crumble. At your name, the oceans roar
change your story. At your name, angels will bow, the earth will rejoice, your people cry out. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Lord. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. There's no one like our God. We will sing, we will sing. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. There's no one like our God. We will sing, we will sing. There is no one like our God. We will praise you, praise you. Jesus, you are God. We will sing. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name. Lord of all the earth, we shout your name, filling up the skies with endless praise, Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Yahweh, Yahweh. We love to shout your name, oh Lord.
I wanna be close, close to your side. So heaven is real and death is a lie. I wanna hear voices of angels above, singing as one. Hallelujah, holy, holy God.
Well, welcome back, Christ Chapel. Hope you got some lunch, whether you're at home on our internet campus traveling. We're so glad that you've joined with us. South Campus and West Campus, hope you're eating well. I think you got some good food there. We're going to spend our lunch portion kind of in eating and answering questions. So we had over 100 questions submitted, which was great. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start with some of those questions that were asked in kind of a round table format. And these gentlemen will just kind of, they've got some chemistry. You can imagine they've done this before. So they're going to kind of bounce off one another. I'm not going to direct any questions specific to them. But if you'd like to ask a specific question to them as we go throughout, then we'll do that. We've got a couple of microphones here at the Fort Worth campus. Here, Brooke is on this side. Graham is on this side. So if you want to ask a question, just raise your hand and they'll grab you a mic. If you're familiar with Open Church, that'll be kind of be our format here, Open Church, as we go along. But we've got plenty of questions to prime the pump. So you guys good? Okay, here we go. Okay. I thought one of the questions that we would start off with is one of the questions that came up was about specific to one of the talks that you gave this morning, Alan, but it was about pronouns. That so many people are saying, hey, please use a different pronoun in how you refer to me. And how should we respond? Is that, if we adhere to what they ask, is that condoning what they're asking? How do we respond to those folks?
Yeah, I can jump in, and if you guys want to come in afterwards. But yeah, this is a good question, and I understand how difficult it is to answer the question and to try to make a decision that is both respecting the individual, but also not compromising our convictions, because I think that's what's at tension here. So here's the way I address this particular decision. So there's pronouns, there's also names, So when it comes to names, my view is that it's okay for me to use the name that a person presents themselves with. Because when it comes to names, names are conventional. And you can get all kinds of names, and somebody will present themselves and say, hey, my name's Kayla. And so, if they say their name is Kayla, I'm going to call them Kayla, even if I perceive that this person is biologically male. Because I'm not sure even what the alternative would be. It's like, well, I know you're not Kayla. What's your real name? They're like, my name's Kayla. I'm like, well, what were you born with? What name were you born with? Well, my name's Kayla. Okay, well, I'm just going to call you Fred. It's like, it would be odd. That seems a little strange. So when it comes to names, I usually just go along with whatever they're presenting themselves as in terms of their name. Now, when it comes to pronouns, to me, this is a different thing, because now it's not a matter of convention. When it comes to pronouns, now it's a reference to a biological reality. And so, but it's important to understand that typically pronouns aren't something that are used in the presence of another person. Like, usually if I'm making a reference to a person who's not around, I might use their pronoun or use a pronoun. So in that case, I don't use whatever preferred pronoun I've been told that person prefers, because to me, this is about biological reality. And for them to demand that I'm going to adopt that pronoun is to demand that I adopt a worldview that I don't believe in or adhere to. And that worldview says that when it comes to sex, you just pick whatever sex you want to be and declare yourself, and everyone has to conform to that particular sex in terms of how you make a reference to them. So, and I think this is consistent with the idea that when it comes to names, I'm okay calling them whatever they want to call themselves, because when it comes to names, that is a matter of preference. But when it comes to sex, your biological reality isn't about preference. So that's why I'm not going to go along with that particular preference on their part, because, again, biological realities aren't a matter of preference.
Sure.
They just either are male or female.
Sure. Good. You guys have anything to add to that?
Well, I think with this question and probably a number of the other questions and the issues that we're dealing with in the culture, we're always going to have to kind of think through how do we both engage with truth and grace, right? And so this might be, I can imagine someone giving some pushback here and saying, well, what about being loving? This is something that they want, they desire. And can't we just be loving and affirm them in that? And so I think it's important for us to think through and really have a proper definition of what it means to love someone. And Frank alluded to this in his talk, but we need to remember that a biblical view of love is not merely affirmation. Sometimes love includes affirmation, but oftentimes love is the opposite of affirming. I mean, I just think of all the times I have to love my kids and at the same time not affirm what they're doing. And as a parent, I've got to have this maturity to say, hey, I'm going to love you right now, but it may not feel good, but I've got to bear witness to the truth in this situation. And I think with some of these things, maybe a good principle to think about is, like what Alan's saying here, when it comes to biological reality, actually the way I'm going to love you is not affirm you by denying that truth, but I'm going to bear witness to that truth by using the proper pronoun that refers to a reality independent of what you think. And by bearing witness to the truth in our culture, we are actually loving people and loving people well. And that's where I think sometimes, probably in the church, most of us err too much to, I think, the side of grace on these things where we're too fearful to speak the truth. But to realize that when we do these things, it is actually a form of love, even if it's not received that way. C.S. Lewis said, loving someone means that we seek out their and try to obtain their good as far as we can. And that's, I think, something to keep in mind as we engage with the particular issues of sexuality and gender and all that.
I tell people I will call you by whatever pronoun you want as long as you will call me by my preferred pronoun, and my preferred pronoun is Your Majesty. That normally ends it right there. I agree with what they said. Let me just add one other thing. Why is it that, someone asked this during a Q&A we had earlier, why is it that when they say, well, you're not respecting me if you don't call me by whatever pronoun I want, why is it that they're not respecting us by allowing us to maintain the worldview that we hold? You see, tolerance is only a one-way street. It's not really tolerance at all. It's if you don't do what I want you to do, I will hurt you. That's really what's going on here. And one thing about transgenderism that people somehow don't seem to realize is that transgenderism presupposes two genders. Why? Because in order to transition from one gender to another gender, you have to have some idea of what those things are. So when Alan is saying it's a biological reality, they have to admit that. You say you're a woman in a man's body, how do you know what a man is and what a woman is to even say that? You'd have to know that. And if it's all in our mind, why are you trying to get surgery? Because it's not all in your mind. So some of these things I think we need to point out.
So it's a great question, and I think one great point, and so many of these questions that came in had to do with the struggles that many of us face with sexuality in our culture today. That seems to be such a forcing factor in our faith and what is pushing in against us, whether it's gender identity, whether it's transgender, whether it's homosexuality, any of those things. So one of the questions was, and I know all of you have kids, how have you talked to your kids, or some of you I know have grandkids, how have you talked to them to first even address those things that they're seeing in the culture, and two, engage with even family members or friends who have those alternative lifestyles to the biblical definitions that we have in holidays, in graduations, in whatever those are. How have you dealt with those conversations and engagements?
Yeah, so I can start. As I mentioned, I have close family who identifies gay and lesbian, so we've had these people over at our homes on a regular basis, and of course we welcome and love them just like we would any other family member, which goes to the point I was making earlier about just being consistent with the way we treat them as we would anybody else. But when we first had kids, and our kids were young, we were pretty intentional about asking our friends and family who did come over, who identified in that way, to respect our boundaries and the values that we were trying to impose with our children. Because I believe as parents, our first responsibility, or our primary responsibility as parents, is to protect our children and to raise them with a Christian and biblical worldview, and to encourage them to eventually trust Christ with regards to their faith. So I'm going to do what it needs to be done in order to protect that. And so I actually had to ask certain family members to abstain from certain things when they come to my home. Now, as they got older, I began to slowly, in age-appropriate ways, teach them about the idea of sexuality, homosexuality, but I didn't just unload all the stuff about transgenderism and homosexuality when they were kids. What I did was I first began to lay a foundation and said, hey, look, let me first tell you what the truth is, and that is, God says, in Genesis, for example, that a man and a woman is what makes a marriage, So I laid out the foundation for what is true first. And as they got older, I slowly built upon that, gave more detail to it, and eventually began to integrate ideas that are contrary to those things. In other words, I was trying to be intentional about inoculating my children to falsehood before they got exposed to the actual falsehood. And that's, in fact, the way we inoculate ourselves against the virus, right? We take in the virus itself so that our body produces immunity, so that when you come across the real virus, you're protected. And so that's what I did. We inoculated our children to falsehood enough, slowly, in age-appropriate ways, so that when they got older, then they were like, oh, okay, I see, Uncle so-and-so or, Aunt whatever is this way. They recognize it like, oh yeah, Mom and Dad used to tell us about this. Yeah. So that's kind of what we did, is we initially said, man, we're gonna ask you to not to do this. And we realized That might be a barrier for you to coming over, but to be honest, we are willing to make those sacrifices because our primary responsibility is to take care of our kids first. Now that they're older, my kids are in high school, and they're fully aware of everything that's going on, and I've taught them, and now there's a little bit more freedom there in terms of what they see and are exposed to.
Sure. It reminds me of the analogy you used last night where you were talking, Brett, where you were talking about surfing.
Yeah.
And kind of the idea, I've got to start off kind of protecting, and you're talking about using that positive model first. Let's present what's biblical. Let's present the right model. Let's protect them a little bit. Then you can introduce them to more dangers, more of the counterfeits later on.
Yeah, there's a purpose to that protection. It's so that you can actually do some really good training beforehand. And so there's a sense where the first thing we need to do is be proactive and just teach the Christian worldview. And I think sometimes we as Christians will take an issue, and an issue pops up in the culture, like gender identity or whatever, homosexuality, and we respond simply to that issue. And what we fail to do is give our kids the larger Christian worldview in which that particular issue fits. And so we may respond to that issue, but it may not be that compelling because there's not the coherence or the fit with this larger worldview that makes sense of that particular issue. So I think Alan is exactly right. We start by simply teaching the biblical worldview that starts with Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God made everything. And so here's the source of everything. Here's the designer. Genesis 1:26. He makes man and woman. First he makes man in his image, then he makes man in his image, both male and female. And we just start with the biblical story. And so that's how we've got to be proactive. And then we have to model that in our homes. I think one of the best ways that we can inoculate our kids from the chaos of gender confusion in the culture is simply by modeling for them healthy gender in the home. When they just see a mom and dad who interact in healthy ways, that right there is maybe the most powerful thing that we can do. But then to narrate that for them, hey, we are living as a family according to the design of God. And when we do that, we're going to flourish. We're functioning properly, so therefore we're going to flourish. And so I think that, living that out, and then when things come up, responding to the particular issues. But that's where then in order to respond well, we as parents we've got to do our homework. So that means, maybe turning off the Netflix, turning off, the movies, and reading a book, studying, dealing with these issues so we can help our kids navigate them.
That's great. That's good. I was going to ask, and again, I told everyone at all of our campuses, part of this conference is selfish. Jen and I have 2 young boys, and we see commercials as we're watching the football game, the soccer game, whatever, and we're going, oh my goodness, how do we explain that? Yeah. And they've been young enough where we say, oh, sometimes people are silly.
Yeah.
We're getting to an age where that's not going to work anymore. So what are, I think some of us might say, including Jen and myself, we might say, well, you guys are apologists. You're cultural experts. So, of course, you know what to tell your kids. But what resources do we have to train, to turn off the Netflix and say, okay, here's something we could do. I know regular Bible reading, yes. But any other things that you say, this has been really helpful as we've raised our boys?
Well, Summit has an entire curriculum at all levels. So you can go to summit.org and get curriculum that take your kids through the material that they need to know. As Brett was saying, you have to teach them the right worldview and apologetics. We have some materials, Maven, Stand to Reason. We all have materials that they can use from a very young age. The one thing you can't do is you can't say, here's a book, kid, read it. I get that all the time. People want the book. I want to, my son is an atheist. Would you write it? No, I won't. Unless you're going to read it with him, right? The most influential person in your child's life is still you, even if you think you're not. And so you have to know the material instead of, as Brett says, just, when an issue pops up, start now to inoculate them by giving them the right worldview from the beginning and why it's true. It's easy to walk away from something you've doubted your whole life. It's harder to walk away from something you know beyond a reasonable doubt is true.
Yeah, let's raise the bar for what we call often the lay people, right? And so, yeah, we do this professionally. We're apologists. We think about this stuff a lot. And so we're here to help equip the church. But Jesus' command in Matthew 22 to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind is a command for all of us. And that not just for the leaders or the pastors or the speakers, that's for all of us. And so all of us need to continue to love God intellectually. And one of the ways we do that is by developing our minds, is by growing in our knowledge of the truth. And so, Frank is right. Parents are still going to be primary. And so we can't, there's no one else we can give that responsibility to. At the same time, there are great allies. So I think we're at the point, probably in the culture and in the church, where pretty much every kid who grows up in the church needs at least to be sent to something like Summit, 2-week Worldview camp where they'll get the big worldview picture, they'll deal with all these particular issues. I don't think that's optional anymore, because I meet too many Christian kids who grow up in the church. They may have spent their first 18 years in the church going to mission trips, but they didn't get the worldview training they needed, and so they go off to college, and all it takes is one semester, and it's all unraveled. Or it's not even college anymore. It's in high school and junior high now. So I think something like Summit is a great resource. All my kids have gone, well, all the ones that are age appropriate have all gone through it. I think it's something every kid in this church needs to go through. And then one thing that we've done at Maven, my wife and I have it's called the Maven Parent Podcast, where we're trying to help equip parents. We just did a 3-part series on gender identity and how do we navigate that with kids. So you can find that at our website at maventruth.com.
Great. Alan, you have anything?
That's good. That's great.
Good. Well, if you have any questions, I'm going to keep going, but if you have questions, just raise your hand, please, and then Brooke or Graham here on the sides will get you a mic. As I said, we'll handle this kind of like open church, so just let us know if you have a question. I'm going to kind of transition subjects here, if you don't mind. But one of the questions was in relation to government and how Christians should be responding to government. You know, you've got the Equality Act that's coming up now, and how should Christians respond? Certainly can write, senators or, governors and congressmen and women, but how should Christians respond with the things that they are beginning to feel are being imposed on them, whether it's governmental, whether it's from the workplace and the careers that they have, of the things that they feel like are being forced onto them by their employers or by the government at large?
There's always going to be a cost to standing up. Just know that. There's a new book out by Rod Dreher. I don't know if you heard of it, Live Not by Lies. I had him on the podcast back in November. And the short story of the book is he was contacted by Russian emigres that came over here from Russia who are starting to notice that our culture is becoming more and more totalitarian. In Russia, it was more hard totalitarianism from the government. In our culture, it's more soft totalitarianism from big tech, from corporations trying to get you to do what they want you to do. And the reason the book's called Live Not by Lies is Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was a Russian dissident, was kicked out of Russia in 1974. And as he was being kicked out, he told the people, live not by lies. You know the propaganda that's going on now, don't choose to live by it. And so we just have to stand up and say, no, we're not going to do that. And it may cost us our jobs. That's why we have to now get together in small groups that can support one another. If somebody loses their job, the group's going to come around them and support them financially until they can get a new job, maybe even get them a job, maybe employ them. That's what we need to do, because we can't be cowards and cower to the culture. We have to live by the truth.
Great. You guys have anything on that?
No, I mean, other than just the general principle is like we are called to be salt and light. So I think to whatever degree we can be involved in politics to make informed decisions about who we vote for, what policies we should support, I think that we're absolutely called to do that. I don't think we have to be away from government or not be involved in politics or say that's not my sphere. No, absolutely. We should try to do the best we can to impact the culture for the cause of Christ. So, yeah, I'm totally with what Frank was saying there.
Yeah. Got anything, Brett?
Well, one resource I think for folks as they think through this, because we're going to get into situations where there are, legal issues involved, and some of that stuff is just, that's out of our league, and this is where we need believers who are in law that can help us with these kinds of things. And so ADF, Alliance Defending Freedom, is a great organization. You can go to their website, find resources. Some of you may end up finding yourself in a situation where you actually need that kind of defense. And they are an organization with Christian lawyers all around the country who will, kind of come to the aid of Christians in some of these situations where, you own a business, but now you're being, sued because you won't provide a particular service for something that, violates your conscience. So ADF is a great organization to as a resource for the church on
And
this.
they provide it for free.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that they have good resources that are free where, for example, if you're a Christian nonprofit, but you're concerned about how maybe your mission statement or vision statement might be attracting people who might want to pursue like a lawsuit against you, they have ways of phrasing your mission statement. Or if you're a church and you got a doctrinal position and you're concerned about how your position on homosexuality or sexuality might come across, they have ways and strategies, again, a lot of those resources are free, that will guide you to make a good, doctrinal statement or whatever that will help to prevent frivolous lawsuits. It won't obviously eliminate it, but it'll help.
Sure. Good. Questions? Okay, we've got one back here. While you guys are running, good. There's one back here.
Hey, my name's Logan DeRozier. I chatted with Dr. Turek a little earlier, so I'm not going to ask some crazy hard moral question just to stir the pot. But my question is kind of going on the burden of proof stuff. When we do ask, well, how did you come to that conclusion? They have a good answer of like why the Bible isn't reliable. Outside of like extra biblical, excruciating testimony and embarrassing testimony of why I believe the New Testament and the Gospels are true, what is other historical evidence backing the Gospels and New Testament?
For me, Logan, did you say?
Anyone.
Okay, well, in the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, we have 10 reasons why the New Testament writers told the truth. And you just mentioned a couple of them there. Let me just kind of cut to the chase and say the New Testament writers did not create the resurrection. The resurrection created the New Testament writers. You would not have documents written by Jews in the first century who thought they were God's chosen people talk about a man claiming to be God who they thought was blasphemy and resurrecting in the middle of time, something that they never believed in. They thought there would be a resurrection at the end of time, but not in the middle of time. You would never have these people doing this at the threat of death unless Jesus rose from the dead. So we get it backwards. We think the Bible gives us Christianity. No, Christianity gave us the Bible. You wouldn't have documents written in the first century by these people unless something dramatic like the resurrection occurred. So maybe that's the easiest way of getting to the point.
One way I think maybe is a helpful way to kind of think about this is you kind of have two categories of things that confirm the reliability of the New Testament. Think of it in terms of internal tests and external tests. And really, this is not unique to the New Testament. This would be any ancient document. Your internal tests have to do with things like you've mentioned, embarrassing testimony, right? And internal tests have to do with kind of the coherence of the material within that document. So embarrassing testimony, these kinds of things would point to the reliability of that text. And then you have external texts. These would be things outside of the text, things like archaeology, the writings of other ancient authors that either confirm or deny the details of the biblical text. And those are the two primary ways in which we look at the New Testament and say, okay, is this document reliable? And so, the great thing about the New Testament is you've got it recording specific details. I mean, it names people, places, things very specifically. And anyone who is a good liar here knows that if you're going to do well at lying, you don't get really specific, because then we can check you out. I mean, this is how I nail my kids when they're lying to me. You know, they kind of give me this general story, and I'm like, okay, well, who were you with? What time did you go there? When did you come back? And eventually I give them enough rope to hang themselves, right? In the same way, the New Testament has all these details that we can check from external sources. So that's just a way that helps me to kind of conceptualize the different tests.
Great. Brooke, you have a question over here?
All right, this is a question for Frank. I'd like to preface this by, I've watched all your stuff, your debates. I'm in the process of reading all your books. I guess my question would be, how do you keep composed and just, how do you keep your train of thought in debates, debating guys like Christopher Hitchens, who are just, obviously that guy, he was, witty, pretty smart. Just, how do you keep your train of thought?
Because I'm married. You think Hitchens was tough? Stephanie Turek would eat him alive. Most of my debates you have not seen because I've been pummeled in them. So no, that's easy. Look, the problem with debates, as most of you know, is that you don't have enough time to really give a lot of detail, so you can only stay on big themes anyway, and a lot of times you're just giving conclusions. And the hardest people to debate are people like Hitchens because he's just into rhetoric and he doesn't really have any arguments. He just sounds good. In fact, if you watch a debate with Hitchens, he's passed on now, but if you watch any of the debates with Hitchens, you go, wow, I like this guy. He's got a British accent. He sounds more brilliant than he is because he has the British accent. And it's neat, But if you read a debate with Hitchens, you're going, what is he talking about? This has no relevance. Our first debate, the first debate, official debate I had was with him, and he came out talking about how Mother Teresa was an evil person. And the topic was, does God exist? I'm going, what does Mother Teresa have to do with whether or not God exists? So I think the way that you have to keep your train of thought is you have to be very focused on what you want to present, and you have to anticipate what the other side is going to say, and just stay in that world and stay on the topic. The problem is when people who don't debate formally get out of topic or go off topic and start bringing up secondary and tertiary issues, you have a dilemma as a debater. Because if you don't answer those things, they're going to think you don't have an answer to them. If you try and answer those things, you don't have enough time to answer them and you're getting off topic. So it's really hard, it's really important before a debate to narrow the topic down and have a moderator who's going to hold people accountable. Say, that's not on the agenda tonight. We've got to stay on this issue.
Very good. Graham.
Hi, my name is Raphael. So I had a question about religion. What would you guys say is the most significant or differences between, or the most significant theological differences between Catholicism and Protestant? The reason why I asked that is because I come from a really Catholic family. I have an uncle who's a priest. I have a cousin who's a nun in Japan. My grandparents are very Catholic. But as I grew up, I went to a non-denominational Protestant church, and I just started to form my own opinions and kind of backed away from Catholicism. So I get in heated debates with some of my family members sometimes. My mom basically thinks I'm the devil. And
Are you?
No. It's one of the biggest struggles that I have, the differences between Catholicism and being a Christian or a Protestant. So.
Main theological differences.
I think Brett wants to answer that question.
I can give it to you in one sentence. This is from my mentor, Dr. Norman Geisler. He said, and I was brought up in the Catholic Church, the difference between Catholics and Protestants is that Catholics have institutionalized salvation. What that means is, in order to get saved, according to them, you have to go through the 7 sacraments. And the church gives you those sacraments. Whereas Christianity says that it's just through It's by grace through faith, and there are no sacraments, okay? That's the main difference, okay? Now, a lot of times I get the question, do you think Catholics can be saved? And I always say, I even think some Baptists can be saved, okay? Because it's not where you go to church that gets you saved. I know people who are saved Catholics, but they prefer the liturgy of the Catholic Church. I'm fine with that. There are some theological differences, particularly how they differentiate between, how we differentiate, Protestants differentiate between justification and sanctification. Catholics tend to put those two things together. That's why they think works are part of salvation.
Very good. Thank you. Brooke?
I just want to thank all of you. It was just, this entire conference has just been mind-blowing. Last night, you said that there are 3 reasons why someone might be averse to coming to Christ. The second reason was they might have an emotional barrier. What questions can we pose to know what perhaps the barriers are so that we might be able to address them? So first, the emotional barrier, and second, what are questions that we could ask to, because I know a lot of people say there's no God, or I'm an agnostic. So I'd just like to know some of the questions that could be asked.
Yeah. So I think asking people, hey, what are your issues, or what are your problems, or what are the things you don't like about the Christian faith, and then sit back and listen, and don't get into a situation where you're going back and forth, or you're trying to defend it. At this point, what you want to do is just listen. And I think we, generally speaking, we probably need to do a better job of giving people time to unpack that and to listen well to them, and to realize this is typically not going to be a single conversation, so I don't have to try and answer everything in this single conversation, but I can let this process play itself out. And typically, especially when it comes to emotional doubt, right, these are going to be more personal. It's going to be a situation where the person's got to make themselves a little more vulnerable. That's going to take time for them to feel like you are a trusted, safe place that they can get the stuff out on the table, and they know they're not going to get, attacked, or that you're just really going to listen. So I think just the general question of, hey, what are the biggest problems you have with Christianity? And then take the tactics that Alan taught on, and the first question in particular, like, well, what do you mean by that? And have them unpack it more, and listen. And because it's going to take a while to kind of peel those outer layers to get to the core when it comes to emotional doubt. And like I said last night, a lot of times it'll come out intellectually, but there's a couple of tip-offs that it's not just intellectual. It's like when people start talking about these things and they get mad. I remember being one of our immersive experiences, we were in Boulder, Colorado, with an atheist club on Boulder's campus. And it was a group of students, so high school students we had taken up there, and we had this dialogue. And one of the atheist students said her biggest objection to Christianity was the fact that Christians impose their beliefs on other people. They force people to try to believe what they believe. And so we asked her the question, well, what do you mean by force? Or what do you mean by impose? Because we can't force you to believe anything. Even if I held a gun to your head, I can't force you to believe it. You might say you believe it, but you wouldn't really believe it. So there's no way I can force you to believe that. But she was adamant. And as she's talking, you can see she's getting upset. And we kept gently, graciously pursuing that line of conversation. And she eventually said, no, Christians force their beliefs on me. She said, I grew up in a Christian home. She grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist home. And she said when she was 17 years old, her parents sent her to a change camp, which, if you're not familiar with a change camp, it's a week-long camp where if your kid struggles with same-sex attraction or homosexuality, you send them there, and allegedly this will try to fix them, right? Not a good idea. But the point is, this gave us more background on what she was talking about, because she grew up in a Christian home. This represented Christianity to her, what her parents did is send her to this camp. She was a lesbian. They sent her to this camp, so they tried to force their beliefs on her. And obviously, there was a lot of hurt and pain in this relationship with her parents. Now, I don't know all the details in the background at that point, but we realized at that point it wasn't about our apologetics engagement or our argument or our case against homosexuality. It really shifted to saying, hey, let's get to know her a little bit more. Let's give her an opportunity to just to share that hurt and that pain, and then just to kind of love her and be gracious. And so I think that's kind of the path with that, is just asking people and then being willing to sit there and listen and bite your tongue for a little while, and really let them eventually get some of that hurt and pain out onto the table, and then hurt with them, and cry with them, and spend that time just really loving on them that way. And then often down the road, what that'll do is then maybe open them up more to the truth. In fact, the best situation is when you have listened so well to them that they then ask you for some advice, right? So it's not you just volunteering it, but them saying, hey, how would you navigate this? What help can you offer on this?
That's great. I think that was a really good point that you made last night, which is some people might not be ready for an answer. We're so quick to answer, and we might miss it because we've taken the wrong approach. And sometimes the approach just needs to be humble, asking questions, being kind, being gracious, being inquisitive, to truly care about the person before we're ready to just offer them a prescription, to even understand what is going on. Great.
Let me mention one quick thing. No, just one line here. When the person is ready to dialogue and is not so emotional, a question you could ask them would be, why is it wrong to impose your beliefs on other people? I mean, if there's no God, why would that be wrong? See, what they're doing is they're stealing a standard from God and then blaming him. We'll talk about it in the next segment.
Teaser. What a tease. All right.
My name is Don Burgess. I've been a supporter of Summit Ministries since the early 1980s. I greatly applaud what you all have been doing, and I know you have traveled extensively in dealing with churches across this country. As you've had the opportunity to observe churches in those contexts, what is your advice to local congregations as to what it is that we can do? We've had involvement with some of the Summit seminars, and I rejoice at that. But if you were exhorting leadership at all congregations across the land as to what we should be doing to deal with the consequences that may be upon us and the price that we may have to pay in order to get ourselves up to speed when it comes to apologetics.
Well, you're doing what you should be doing right here, which is to have a conference like this, and of course promoting Summit and the Summit training, because this is, I think we'd all agree, essential for the church to be involved in training its members to understand the Christian worldview so that you'll be able to detect counterfeits when they come to your doorstep. Because as I mentioned with regards to, for example, pro-gay theology, a lot of believers, because they haven't been inoculated to those false ideas, when those false ideas come upon them, they're not able to detect them and consequently know how to respond to them. And instead of rejecting them and identifying them for the falsehood that they are, they succumb to those ideas. And the Bible teaches us that we need to know the truth for two reasons. One is so that you can recognize falsehood and not succumb to it. But number two, it says in 2 Corinthians 10, so that we can destroy false ideas. So getting trained is so critical. And to kind of extrapolate on the point I was making earlier about inoculation, the opposite of inoculation is isolation. And too often I've seen churches isolate believers from false ideas, thinking, man, I don't want to teach them about evolution. I don't want to teach them about abortion. I don't want to teach them about transgenderism because I don't want these, my members of my church to be, exposed to these things lest they, are drawn to them. But this is the biggest mistake ever, because when you isolate people, they just become unaware of the false ideas and why people believe them. So that's why I was talking about how we need to inoculate believers. Teach falsehood enough so that we understand it. And the other thing that Brett brought in, this point about worldviews, about not just looking at just isolated ideas, this is something that Francis Schaeffer talks about, where he says, every worldview brings forth with it, with inevitable certainty, its various ideas. And I'm just thinking of like critical theory and critical race theory that kind of swept our country in the last year. A lot of believers succumbed to that idea because they didn't realize that critical theory is a part of an underlying worldview known as Marxism, which is part of another worldview, which is called naturalism, which is totally hostile to the Christian worldview. And so one of the other things I would encourage churches to do is to study ideas from a worldview perspective. Because it's only about, 5, 6, 7 worldviews. If you know all those worldviews and understand the ideas that flow from those worldviews, once that idea pops into our culture and we start to see it, we'll know, oh, that belongs into postmodernism, or that idea comes from Marxism or naturalism. We'll know, oh, okay, this is probably a false idea. And so therefore, we'll be less likely to succumb to the idea and be more prepared to destroy it. And that, of course, I think the bigger picture here is, man, we're protecting believers from falsehood. And if we do nothing more, that would be huge in my estimation.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to think in terms of not just events like this and not just programs, but the culture of a particular local church. Because I think what is most powerful in forming us is the overall culture. So, hey, an event like this is great. It's a good first start. But now let's think, how else do we build this into the culture of our church? Meaning from the sermons that are preached to the Sunday school classes. Is this part of the culture, worldview thinking and teaching? Are we addressing cultural issues that come up? And so is this something that's built into the culture, which is, that's a much larger conversation to talk about. One good resource on this, I think, is reading J.P. Moreland's book, Love Your God with All Your Mind. I think that will lay out a vision for this and give actually some ideas for the local church. But I also think one thing in particular we need to think about is, how do we help our children and youth be part of that as well? And I think what we have to be careful of doing, which is I think we do this too much in the modern evangelical church, is kind of cordon off our kids from the rest of the body. I'm all for youth ministry and children's ministry. Those are good things. I was a youth pastor for years. But how do we figure out how we can get our young people around the adults more? How do we get our children around the adults more and raise the bar for them? And so, one thing, we've been doing some house church at our home, and our kids' feedback has been they love the house church because they're sitting in our teaching time with the adults. I'm talking 6 and 7 and 8-year-olds, and they're feeling, there's a sense of they're being dignified because we're raising the bar for them. And they've talked about how they're liking home church even more than Sunday school. And so how do we do that more? And I think probably in this day and age, that may require us gathering together more often outside of just the kind of the Sunday morning service, but having little gatherings all over where we're also just incorporating the entire family into this.
Great. We're gonna go lightning round. We got just a couple of minutes left. So here we go, Brooke.
Hey, my name is Brian Heron, and I have a question about the LBGT. As far as that, I have friends that are gay as well, open arms with those people, hugs and everything else. The question that I have is from the government that beats it down our throat, that this is something that we should accept and not being taught, but our kids are seeing this and having to try to explain to them, why is this coming from above the government and trying to teach us? Why is it this a different pattern than seeing that on TV, and how do we accommodate that with our kids or even with society in general?
That's one reason why Christians need to be involved politically, even at the school board level, because somebody's morality is going to be imposed, right? Somebody's morality is going to be imposed. The question is whose. So if you're upset like we all are about the direction of our country, you know whose real fault it is. It's the church's fault. Because in the 1920s, the churches went anti-intellectual. They couldn't deal with Darwin and some of these other isms that were coming up, as Alan was saying, these different worldviews. And so instead of learning and engaging the culture, they retreated and they isolated themselves from the culture. They became separatists, and they gave up the government, they gave up media, they gave up law, they gave up all of these aspects of society to the secularists. And the secularists, they're godless. The godly people have gotten out. Is there any wonder why the whole country is now godless? Because the godly people basically pulled out of society, and now we're trying to get back in. If you want to see the clearest reason why we ought to be involved in politics, just take out your iPhone right now and Google a couple of words. Korea satellite night. Korea satellite night. What you're going to see is a satellite photo of the Korean peninsula. You're going to see South Korea full of light. You're going to see North Korea have one little spot of light at their capital. Why is there a difference between South and North Korea? The number one difference is politics. The South has political freedom, the North does not. The question I ask people, what country would you rather live in, South Korea or North Korea? Can you do what we're doing in this room right now in North Korea? Not legally. Oh, let's preach the gospel, Frank, that's all we need to do. You can't preach the gospel in North Korea, not legally anyway. If you think the gospel is important, you better think politics are important, because politics affects your ability to preach the gospel and live the gospel, as this question points out.
Good, thank you. Last one here.
Yeah, how much, Richard, by the way, how much influence do you think in biblical archaeology does what we know about science and in the classroom? These guys, are they being, the conclusions they come to, like you turn on the Discovery Channel, the student named Finkelstein or whatever is up there talking and says, this is what we find now. How much of that is driven by the classroom, the university setting? It's almost like they're told to find certain things. It doesn't benefit them if they find something that is truth, that the Bible is true in this. They're almost looking for a way to disprove the Bible. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. What's y'all's opinion?
I was just listening to, we have a mutual colleague, Sean McDowell. He had a guy on his podcast recently. The guy's name is, who's the guy from Jordan? What's his name, Alan?
Yeah,
I can't think of his name off the top of my head right now. But he's an archaeologist. This guy lives in Jordan.
Oh, Joel
Kramer. Joel Kramer, right. And Sean asked him the question, what really dictates some of these archaeological discoveries? Politics. It's all political. Right? If the Israelis come up with an archaeological discovery that affirms the fact that they have a right to the land, that's not going to be accepted by the Palestinians and vice versa. So I like to say, look, science doesn't say anything, scientists do. Unless it's an archaeological inscription, archaeology doesn't say anything, archaeologists do. It depends on their worldview, and sometimes they're motivated, and that could be among Christian archaeologists too. Sometimes they're motivated to skew it a certain way. So you have to really know the situation to try and figure out what a particular archaeological discovery really means.
Yeah, this is why worldview training is absolutely essential. And we have to figure out, and we need to be able to know, what is the Christian worldview? What are these big answers to these big questions? Because what your worldview does is it creates a web of beliefs in the mind that create a plausibility structure. And so if your web is created out of secular ideas that kind of take God out of that web, then when certain ideas hit that web, they're not going to stick. They're not going to be plausible in that worldview. And so you're not going to be able to fairly assess the evidence. And so I think, yes, we can equip our people by good worldview training.
Great. And last question, this was the one that was most asked, was about Christians attending same-sex weddings. What if this same-sex couple identifies as Christians? What if this is one of my own children or a relative?
Alan, why don't you go ahead and people up with that?
Yeah, how can I upset everybody here at once? All right, no, yeah, so this is still part of the lightning round?
This is lightning round.
Yeah, right.
You're going to get some lightning for this.
Yeah, no kidding. Whether from God or from the people is going to be interesting to see. Yeah. So I totally understand why this question is so difficult, because like myself, my wife and I had to wrestle with the question because we've been asked to attend, I think now, 5 to 6 same-sex weddings from family members and friends. So let me just tell you, just in full disclosure, the first 2 times that we were asked, my wife and I decided to attend. And the reason was because we said to ourselves, well, we love this family member of ours, and so we want to show that we love them, but we don't accept same-sex marriage as a legitimate thing. And so we even asked him, hey, are you okay with us coming, even though you know full well that we don't accept same-sex marriage? And he says, yeah, absolutely, sure, come. Now, in retrospect, we now feel like we made the wrong decision by attending in those 2 instances. And here's the reason why. A wedding is a particular type of event. Specifically, the entire ceremony as well as the reception is oriented towards having everybody who's in attendance celebrate and uphold and uplift what's happening at the front of at the altar. And that is either 2 men or 2 women are getting married, something with which I do not believe God would acknowledge to be legitimate. In fact, it's not a marriage in God's eyes. I know legally speaking, yes, they're getting legally married. But from God's perspective, it's not a marriage. So my wife and I decided after this, realized, you know what, we can't in good conscience attend these weddings because what they are is not weddings, and what we're called to do at the celebration is to celebrate with the couple up front. And so from now on, we've said, you know what, we're just going to decline because we don't think this is legitimate. And so what we do now instead is we ask the person who's asking us to attend, we say, look, we can't come, and we, as graciously and as lovingly as possible, say what our concern or reasons are and why we can't come. But then here's the other thing that we do. I ask them, I'll say, when are you coming back from your honeymoon? And let's just say they say June 10th. I say, okay. I say, can we right now put on the calendar that on June 20th, my wife and I are going to come over. We want to have dinner at your home. And the reason I do that is because even though I'm going to tell them, no, I'm not going to attend your wedding, and that's going to be a blow to our relationship, I want to try to mitigate that blow by letting them know right now that we are still planning to have a relationship with them. Like, this isn't just like, we want nothing to do with you, it's over, it's finished. But that we are still wanting to pursue them. And so before that wedding day comes, they already know, oh yeah, Alan and his wife Jen are going to come over, on the 20th of June or whatever. And so that's kind of something that we do to try to help mitigate the blow. Now, it's not a guarantee that it's going to happen, because sometimes the relationship has become very strained, but other times it's helped. By the way, let me just add this one other thing. If you decide to go to a same-sex wedding with the intent that we went with, thinking, well, I don't agree with same-sex marriage, but I love this person, let me just tell you, it is a logistical nightmare. And here's why. From the moment you arrive at that service to the end of the day after the reception's over, you're going to be plagued with dilemmas. Because everything about the ceremony and the reception is oriented to getting everyone in the audience to participate in the celebration. So when they say, I now pronounce you Mr. and Mr. whatever, do you applaud? Do you throw rice at them? Do you dance at the wedding? Do you bring a gift? Do you ding your glass to encourage them to kiss? Seriously, it's like logistically a nightmare. So I'm not saying that that's the reason why you don't go. I'm just saying, I just want you to know, it is not an easy thing to do it, even if you're like, well, I love these people, but I don't agree with same-sex marriage. Now again, I'm not saying you should do that. Like I said, my wife and I, after having gone twice, and even having those couples come to us afterwards, thinking they're going to say, hey, thanks for coming. At the end of it, they said to us, even though you came, we still felt judged by you. I'm like, okay. So it's like, you can't win. So we found ourselves thinking, okay, we're making these compromises in order to try to reach out to them. And in the end, it doesn't matter. They want more. Because it's not just enough to attend, you got to celebrate. You have to do everything. And this is kind of one of the reasons, going back to the whole pronoun thing, man, we just keep trying to find ways to say, oh, let me try to accept this or accept that. But in the end, nothing but total abandonment of your worldview and your convictions will ever be sufficient for them.
And then they just judged you.
Well, that's the self-refuting nature of what they're doing, but yes.
Again, it's only a one-way street, as you can see.
Very practical. Thank you very much. I know that you have more questions. We are going to post their cell phone numbers so you can text them anytime you'd like. No, we're not going to do that. We are going to take a short break where Jason Earle's video will introduce you back to the time together, but I wanted to let you express your appreciation because this will conclude our time with Brett and Alan, and we'll come back with Frank. So please express your appreciation to them. Thank you. We'll take a short break.
Darkness
Some people don't know how to turn their ringtones off when they get in church. One dude walked in like, God bless you, God bless you. I was praying for you, and his phone rung. Let me see you shake it, whoop, there it is, whoop, there it is. Can you turn your phone off, Pastor, please? Well, some of us been there acting like we all focused like, as the deer panted for the water, so my longeth after you. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship you. You to you alone. I'ma call you back. I saw one guy like this. He was like, I love you, Lord, and I live. Yes. Yes, I'm coming home. Yes, we need bread. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'm like, Jesus coming back in 15 minutes? I need to get myself together. Thank y'all.
I love to keep you abreast on everything I've got going on. Use my comedy to help you further equip the people that God's called you to lead. So send me a text. Text LAUGH to 33777. That's LAUGH to 33777. Or just scam a shirt.
All right. Welcome back, Christ Chapel. Welcome back to the Internet Campus, West Campus, and South Campus. Hope you enjoyed the question and answer. Certainly, there are a lot of, you probably have some questions that maybe you say they weren't answered or a nuance wasn't addressed. Certainly, you can go onto those websites of their organizations, and those are all in the booklet that you were given. If you go to their websites, they'll have some frequently asked questions on there, and maybe your question will be answered. But certainly, there are more questions and answers to be had. So we're going to continue on. As I told you, we'll have Frank in the pulpit tomorrow, but we'll have our second session with him, and this will close out our time. I'll come up and dismiss us at the end, but this is our last session for this portion of our conference. So welcome back, Frank.
Some of you have watched your parents get divorced. Some of you have been through a divorce yourself. Some of you have watched your children die. Some of you have struggled with alcohol, with drugs. Some of you maybe have even contemplated suicide. Some of you have been sexually abused. Some of you might be being sexually abused right now. Some of you have lost your jobs, your fortunes, your future. And in every case, you prayed that God would relieve you of these evils, and most of the time he has refused to. The question is, where is God? You know what one possible answer to the question is? There is no God. If there is a good God, why is there all this evil in the world? I mean, is he not all loving? Is he not all powerful? If he is all loving and is all powerful and he doesn't stop it, why worship such a God? In fact, Richard Dawkins, we've talked a little bit about him, probably the most popular atheist in the world today, says that God is evil. And you can see that Dawkins writes that the God of the Old Testament particularly is evil. Here's what he writes. He says, the God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all of fiction, jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully. And those are his good qualities. In fact, when you look at some of the stuff in the Old Testament, like God killing the Canaanites, it's kind of hard to disagree with Dawkins. Doesn't he seem to have a point here? Why do we worship a God like? And if this God actually does exist, why would we worship him? Well, my question is, what if your best arguments to doubt God show that he actually exists? What if your best arguments to doubt that God exists show that he actually does exist? That's what we're going to cover, at least we'll try to cover here this morning, because I think atheists are stealing from God to argue against him. And in the book, Stealing from God, which again is not about tithing, we go through an acronym, crime, C-R-I-M-E-S, and each of these things I submit that atheists will often say these things point away from God when none of these things would exist unless God existed. Causality, reason, information, morality, evil, and science. Now, today we can only cover this question of evil. We can't cover the other issues. But we're going to look at this issue and hopefully show that evil exists, but that evil actually shows that God exists. And we're going to get into it by going through the chapter in this book about evil. And we're going to try and do it in 3 steps. The first step, we're going to try and discover, does evil disprove God? Because some will say yes. In fact, atheists will say there's too much evil in the world, can't be a good God. If it doesn't disprove God, then what's the purpose of evil? God must have a purpose if he exists and evil exists. And then finally, what's God's solution to evil? Those are the 3 steps we're going to take. Now, what I have to warn you about up front is that if you're in a season of suffering right now, or are just coming out of a season of suffering, then what I might say today may not resonate with you. Because when you're going through suffering, you probably don't need a philosopher, you need a pastor. Okay? You need somebody like Pastor Cody or somebody else. You don't really need intellectual answers right now. You might not be open to intellectual answers. But I am absolutely convinced that when you're ready, the first step back to wholeness is to intellectually understand that God does exist and he does have a reason for the evil you may be going through, even if you don't discover what that reason is this side of eternity. Okay? Because evil is not just a problem for the head, it's also a problem for the heart. It's an emotional problem. That's why when I get a question, if God, why evil, most of the time I have to stop myself because I'm ready to go into the philosophical answer, which is what I'm about to show you here. But so often, the problem is not philosophical, it's more psychological. If someone gets up to the microphone and says, if God, why evil? It depends on why they're at the microphone. I had a situation, I happened to be speaking at a church in London, and we were going through Q&A. A lady got up to the microphone, she asked, if God, why evil? And I started into my answer, and a minute into it, I stopped and I went, oh no, I think I may have made a mistake. So I said, I should have asked you a question after you asked me that question. I should have asked you, why are you asking? Because if she was standing at that microphone asking, why is there evil, when her baby just died yesterday, my answer was going to annoy her and not help her at all. Thankfully, when I asked her, why are you there? She said, oh, I was just curious. I was like, whew. So, let's dive into it then. Does evil disprove God? And Brett was saying here a few minutes ago that we have to have a complete worldview to understand how to make sense of the smaller issues that occur in our lives. So what is the complete worldview when it comes to the problem of evil? In order to investigate the problem of evil and ask the question whether or not God exists, you've got to look at the evidence for and against God. I'm going to list a bunch of evidence that I think God exists. Some of it we already talked about in the previous session. I can't go through all that again or go through some of the additional arguments I have up here, but I think the beginning of the universe shows that God exists, the fine-tuning of the universe, the information found in DNA, life itself appears to be the product of intelligence, consciousness and free will does. The very fact that we have intelligence and can reason to conclusions seems to indicate there's a great mind out there that has given us this ability. The laws of nature themselves appear to be designed, as we talked about briefly earlier. Objective morality, we talked about that as well. Old Testament prophecy seems to say there's some sort of divine hand behind at least some of the Old Testament. And of course, the resurrection of Jesus and the other miracles he did. I think this is good evidence that some kind of God exists, and particularly when you get down to Old Testament prophecy and the resurrection, it's the Christian God. What's the evidence against God? And that is the fact that there's evil. This is the primary argument against God. If there is a good God, how can there be evil? Now, Augustine struggled with this quite a bit. The early church father, 400 AD or so, not very early, but he said, God created all things, evil is a thing, therefore God created evil. And he knew that couldn't be true. And he finally realized that he had an error in his reasoning. Yes, that God created all things is true. The second premise, though, evil is a thing, is not true. Why? Well, let me put it this way. Evil does not disprove God. Evil actually shows God does exist. Why? Because evil is not a thing in itself. Evil is a lack in a good thing. Evil is like cancer. If you take all the cancer out of a body, you got a better body. What happens if you take all the body out of the cancer? Cancer doesn't exist. You've got nothing. Evil is like rust in a car. If you take all the rust out of a car, you got a better car. What happens if you take all the car out of the rust? You've got nothing. In other words, evil doesn't exist on its own. It only exists as a lack in a good thing. So ultimate reality can't be evil. In fact, Satan himself, metaphysically, is not evil. He has mind, emotion, and will. Those are good things. He just uses them for evil. So evil only exists if good exists. But good can only exist if God exists. So evil doesn't disprove God. Evil may prove there's a devil out there, but evil doesn't disprove God, because there'd be no such thing as evil unless there was good, and there'd be no such thing as good unless God existed. So the answer here is evil is actually an argument for God, because objective evil presupposes objective good, and objective good requires God. And C.S. Lewis thought about this. Early on in his life, he was an atheist. He went through World War I, a terrible war. And he said there can't be a good God because there's too much injustice or injustice in the world. And then he finally had an epiphany and he said, wait a minute, how could there be injustice or injustice unless there was justice? And he ultimately wrote it in the book Mere Christianity. Here's what he said. As an atheist, my argument against God was that the universe seems so cruel and unjust. But how had I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. What was I comparing this universe with when I called it unjust? You see, you wouldn't know what a crooked line was unless you knew what a straight line was. You wouldn't know what injustice was unless you knew what justice was. You wouldn't know something was not right unless you knew something that was right. You wouldn't know something was immoral unless you knew something was moral. So evil is a negative. It's not a positive. It only exists if something positive exists. In fact, as I said earlier, the shadows prove the sunshine. You can't have shadows without sunshine. Oh, you can have sunshine without shadows. You can have good without evil, but you can't have evil without good. You can't have shadows without sunshine. Sunshine. Easy for me to say. Sunshine, see by the sheesh. What was that statement we always used to try and say as kids? Yeah, that one. Now, by the way, you'd be surprised that atheists even agree with this. Richard Dawkins, again, famous quote. He says, if atheistic materialism is true, there's no evil or no good. Here's what he said. In a universe of blind physical forces and genetic replication, some people are going to get hurt and other people are going to get lucky, and you won't find any rhyme or reason to it, nor any justice. There is at the bottom no design, no purpose, no evil, and no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference. DNA neither knows nor cares. DNA just is, and we dance to its music. We're just molecular machines if atheism is true, if materialism is true. Why? Because every thought you have is the result of a previous natural cause that you have no control over. You are governed completely by the laws of physics. You think you have free will, but you don't. You're just a molecular machine, a moist robot. That's atheism today. Now, hopefully some of you can see the self-defeating nature of this, that if all of our thoughts are caused by physics and not reason, why should we believe any of our thoughts are true, including this thought? We shouldn't. It's a self-defeating worldview. But you notice that he says there's no good, no evil, no justice. So my question is, wait a minute. Richard, you just got done talking about how evil the God of the Old Testament is, but you just said there's no such thing as good or evil. In fact, look at the word he has right in the middle here, this word unjust. Where's he getting that from? He's stealing it from God. You wouldn't know what evil was unless you knew what good was, and you wouldn't know what good was unless God existed. So atheists have to steal from God in order to argue against him. In effect, atheists have to sit in God's lap to slap his face. So evil doesn't disprove God, it proves God exists. In fact, the existence of evil doesn't indicate the absence of God, or the existence of evil doesn't indicate the absence of God from the world, but the absence of him in our lives. That's the problem. So, what we really ought to do is take evil over here, to put it in context, and actually move it down to the other side of the ledger here, because evil actually is an argument for God, not an argument against God. Does this make sense so far? All right, so the answer to question one is, does evil disprove God? The answer is no, it doesn't disprove God. It actually shows God does exist. However, we're still left with a problem. If it does exist and God's all-powerful, why does he allow it to continue? Why hasn't he eradicated it? A number of years ago, I was at Michigan State University, and I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, and I knew there was a militant atheist in the audience because he sat through the entire almost 2-hour presentation looking like this. I mean, he did not crack a smile once, and I had some pretty good jokes in there. Anyway, when it was time for Q&A, I knew he'd probably have a question, so I said, any questions? And his hand shot up right over here, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, if there is a good God, why doesn't he stop all the evil in the world? I said, sir, that is an excellent question. Maybe because if he did, he might start with you and me, because we do evil every day. You ever notice when we complain about evil, we never complain about ourselves? We're always complaining about somebody else. Hey, God, why don't you stop him? Or God, why don't you stop her? We never think of God stopping us. Yeah, God could stop evil anytime he wants to. He could just take away our free will, or he could put us out of existence. But if he does that, none of us would exist, would we? Question, if God were to stop evil tonight at midnight, who here would be alive at 12:01? None of us would be. But I said, sir, it is an excellent question, and we could spend semesters talking about it. We don't have semesters. So what I want to do is show you a 1 minute and 46-second video that explains the main reason why evil still exists while God exists. So I'm going to show you that video now, the video I showed at Michigan State that night. You got to pay attention. There's a lot going on. Are you ready? Here we go.
Is God good? If he is, why is there suffering and evil? Let's assume for the moment that God is all-powerful. This means that God can do anything that is logically possible. So he can create galaxies and subatomic particles and rainforests and you. But God cannot do what is logically impossible. He cannot make a square circle or a one-ended stick. So can God make a rock so big that he can't lift it? No. So what if, when God created human beings, he wanted them to be free? Freedom's a good thing. But if humans are to be free, they cannot be forced to obey God. Because freedom without choice is like a square circle. It's a logical contradiction. No choice, no freedom. God didn't want robots. He wanted real people. The first humans endowed with the awesome power of free choice abused their freedom. The tragic consequences of their bad choice and our bad choices ripple across the world. God is responsible for the fact of freedom, but humans are responsible for their acts of freedom. But let's remember, we don't suffer alone. God will put an end to suffering and evil. And God became a man to suffer with us. God is good, and he wants real people like you to know him, but the free choice is yours.
Now, we have a lot of videos like that on our website, crossexamine.org, particularly our YouTube channel. So if you want to see videos like that, you can go there. That video in particular is called Is God Good? You can find that on YouTube. It was put together by a friend of mine, Jim Zangmeister, who attended our seminary, Southern Evangelical Seminary. And he's done many videos, particularly for Dr. William Lane Craig. You've seen a lot of Craig's short videos. So he gets to the point rather quickly. The bottom line to this video is evil exists because we have free will, which is the only way that love could exist. Because if we don't have the ability to love, then we don't have free will. We don't have the ability to love, and if we don't have free will, we can't love. But the problem is it opens up the possibility for evil. So I showed that video to the folks there at Michigan State. How do you think the atheists looked after I showed that video? Yeah, he looked like this. He said, well, that answers some of it. Yeah, the fact that we have free will. But what about like babies? Babies die. They didn't do anything wrong. They don't have free will at that point. How do you answer that? And since I had just gone through the evidence that Christianity was true, I said the only way to answer that question is to see what the purpose of life is. Because as I mentioned before, if there's no purpose to life, there's no way to determine or discover whether an act is good or bad. Because there's no purpose, no act is good or bad. It just is. So I said for that, we're going to go to the scriptures to figure out what the purpose of life is. So what is the purpose of life? This is the interactive portion of the program. What is the purpose of life? The chief end of man is to glorify God and enjoy him forever. Where does it say that in the Bible? That's the Westminster Confession. I mean, I don't disagree with it, but is that really, what does that even mean? Why are we here? Get a whole bunch of stuff? Is life a glorified Monopoly game? You get a whole bunch of stuff, and when the game is over, it all goes back in the box? What is the purpose of life? To know God and to make him known. Where would you get that from? Where? When Jesus is praying in his high priestly prayer in John chapter 17, he says this, now this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you've sent. The purpose of life is to know God through Christ and to make him known. That is the purpose of life. Now, notice, by the way, that eternal life here is not endless time. It's not a quantity, it's a quality to know God. Not just to know him intellectually. Why? Because even the demons know that God exists, says James. It's to know him personally, to know him volitionally, to trust in him. Not just to believe that he exists. Everyone believes that he exists. They may have suppressed the truth about that and claim to be atheists. But to trust in him. Here's the problem, though. If this is the purpose of life, the problem is that knowing and growing in God often requires pain, especially in our fallen state. As C.S. Lewis put it, pain is God's megaphone to arouse a deaf world. He said, God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks in our conscience, but shouts in our pains. It's his megaphone to arouse a deaf world. In other words, sometimes you only look up when you're on your back. How many people in here became a Christian at least partially through pain and suffering? Can I see your hands, please? Okay, probably maybe 30% of us. How many have grown in Christ through pain and suffering? That should be everybody, right? Because if everything goes well for you all the time, you might not care a whit about God. Why did Jesus say it's difficult for a rich man to get into heaven? Because we tend to put, if we're rich, we tend to put all of our security in our riches. Notice he didn't say it was impossible for a rich man to get into heaven, because if that were the case, none of us would get in, right? We live in America. And the scriptures talk a lot about the value of going through suffering. For example, James says, my brethren, count it all joy when you fall into various trials. All right, stop. Who does this? Who counts it all joy that when you go through pain and suffering, you go, this is great, Lord. I am so excited. Does anybody do that? No, none of us do, but that's what James says. And James, as you know himself, went through a lot of suffering. In fact, he was martyred for being the pastor of the church in Jerusalem in 62 AD. Why? What if you count it all joy? Because trials are going to test your faith and produce patience and ultimately maturity. Paul says, we also glory in tribulation. Who does that? We just read these verses and we don't even think about them. Yeah, we glory in tribulation. No, think about that. That when you're going through difficulty, you're supposed to say, this is great, because tribulation produces perseverance, and perseverance character, and character hope. We don't do this. I think in our fallen state, if we didn't have pain and suffering, we'd be even more of a moral monster than we already are. In fact, what do we call kids who get everything they want? Spoiled, right? If you get everything you want, you are going to become even more of a moral monster than you already are. By the way, what's spoiled about them? Their character's spoiled. The worst thing you can do for anybody is to give that person everything he or she wants. You're just going to inflate their ego, and they're going to become me, 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 me. It's all about me, 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 me. Instead of theology, they're engaged in meology, which is what all this progressive Christianity is about. It's not theology, it's meology. By the way, progressive Christianity is neither progressive nor Christian. What are they progressing to? They're disagreeing with Jesus. How can you call yourself a Christian and disagree with Jesus? Anyway, that's a whole nother presentation, sorry. So no, we need people and obstacles in our way if we're ever going to grow and become more like Jesus. In fact, some suffering can only be achieved through difficulty. Suffering develops character. It's really hard to develop courage unless there's danger. It's really hard to develop perseverance without obstacles. It's impossible to develop compassion without suffering or patience without tribulation. Look, I'm an impatient person. I've been praying for patience for quite a while, and frankly, I'm getting tired of waiting for it. By the way, never pray for patience. What's going to happen if you do? Everything will go wrong that day. Right? You're going to get a flat tire, you're going to miss your flight, you're going to miss your appointments, everything's going to go wrong. You're going to always get in the wrong line. Okay, you ever notice that? You try and get in the right line. What's the line's going to move the fastest? You think this one is? No, never. Pray for patience. Try it. Not going to work. Well, you might get patience that way, but you won't be happy. No character without adversity. And it's really hard to develop faith or trust without need. If you have no needs, who are you going to trust? Just yourself. In fact, I know this sounds trite. It's true. No pain, no gain. Actually, it's more than that. The true phrase should be more pain, more gain. And Paul talks about this in a great passage on suffering in 2 Corinthians 4. He talks about all the suffering, what suffering does, and he ends it with this famous passage. He says, for our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. For what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. In other words, we have to look at the eternal good here, not just the temporal good. Some sufferings appear to have no temporal good, but in eternity they will. Don't just look at what's happening right in front of you. Think long term, in other words. How is this going to bring a benefit? Now, where I'm from, I'm going to give you an illustration of what I think this means. It's a trivial illustration, but I think it will communicate, hopefully. Since I was brought up in New Jersey, I'm a New York Giant fan. And at least I was before I kind of stopped following the NFL, if you know what I mean. But back in 2004, the New York Giants traded to get the number 1 pick and pick Eli Manning. And the first few years in New York, he wasn't very good. And when your name is Manning, your brother's Peyton, and the number 1 pick they used on you doesn't seem to be working out, you're going to hear it, right? Especially in New York. So Eli took a lot of abuse. Then in 2007, he had a pretty good year. He got his team to the playoffs, and he actually went on the road and beat 3 teams in succession to get to the playoffs. The Buccaneers, the hated Dallas Cowboys. In fact, we have a saying in New Jersey, and that is, whenever the Cowboys win, it's living proof that Satan is alive and well. And then the Green Bay Packers, Brett Favre's last game, they beat them. And so they go to the Super Bowl. The problem is they're going up against the 18-0 New England Patriots, who already had a book trademark called 19-0, the perfect team. All they had to do was beat the Giants. They were 12-point favorites. The only people that picked the Giants were the Giants. In fact, before the game, in one of those media deals, one of the sports writers went up to Plexico Burress, who was one of the receivers for the Giants, and said, what's going to be the final score? And Plexico said, we're going to win 21-17. And they went to Tom Brady, and they said, hey, Tom, here's what Plexico said the score will be. 21-17, Giants win. And all Brady said was, we're only going to score 17 points? Okay. Because they had set records that year. Brady had like 50 touchdown passes, 40 of them to Randy Moss. I mean, they were a juggernaut. Well, then they actually played the game. Giants had a good defense. They sacked Brady 5 times. Brady didn't like that. Turns out to be a pitcher's duel. It gets down to the 4th quarter, 2 minutes to go. Eli has the ball. He's down 14-10. He has to drive the whole length of the field and win. Can't kick a field goal. He's got to get a touchdown. At one point, it looks like he's about to go down. It's a 3rd and 5 play. He's about to get sacked. Somehow he spins out of it. He was like a statue back there. I don't know how he got out of it. And then he threw a Hail Mary pass to David Tyree's helmet. Some of you are old enough to remember this. Somehow this guy caught the ball in the middle of the field. He caught it with one hand, pinned it against his helmet. He walked off the field. They have film of this, and he said, man, this is supernatural. The guy was a Christian. Never caught another pass in the NFL. A few plays later, Manning hits Burress, the guy who predicted the score, in the corner of the end zone. Giants win 17-14. The Patriots don't even score 17 points, only score 14, and Tom Brady was deflated. Some of you will get this tomorrow, okay? Then 4 years later, Eli and his team did it again to the same Patriots. Now, here's my question. At the end of the game, Eli held up the Lombardi trophy, but so did the third-string quarterback who didn't play a down all year, hardly. Question, did Eli enjoy it more than the third-string quarterback? Yeah, why? Because he went through all the difficulty. He went through all the suffering. He went through all the pain. He went through all the people who said, you can't do it, you're not as good as your brother, you're not going to make it. So he enjoyed the reward by enhancing his capacity when he went through difficulty. And the same thing is true here. That our light and momentary afflictions are achieving for us a greater weight of glory that far outweighs them all. So by going through difficulty here, you're enhancing your capacity to enjoy God not only now, but in eternity. Difficulty will do that. Look, there's only 2 things you can become after you go through pain and suffering, better or bitter. And that's up to you. Right? Bitterness doesn't work. What does bitterness do? It eats you up. Bitterness is like taking poison and hoping the other guy dies. That's not going to work. You're supposed to try and become better. In fact, suffering will bring a greater good, according to Christianity. This verse is sometimes taken out of context, but not here. Paul famously says, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose. That in other words, good can come from evil, even though we may not see how. How do you think the atheist looked after I explained this at Michigan State? He looked like this still. He said, okay, I can see how good can come from some evil. I can see how it can help build character and all that. But there are some evils that there are absolutely no goods that come from these evils. And I said, sir, how could you know that? How could you know there are no goods that come from evils now? You'd have to be God to know that. And what I'm about to share with you helped me through this issue, because if I struggled with, how could a good God allow evil? I kept thinking about it, and then I discovered something by reading one of William Lane Craig's books on this. And here's the way to explain it. This life is only the beginning, right? If there is no life after this life, then there is no justice. Because there's a lot of people that don't receive justice here on earth. And there are some evils that don't bring good. But what if this life doesn't end here? What if it continues into eternity? Can there be events that occur in our lifetime that ripple forward not only in life, but into eternity? And the insight that helped me understand this is called the ripple effect. Yeah, we can't always see how a particular event can bring forth good, but the reason we can't see it doesn't seem to bring forth good is because we're locked in time. We can't see what's going to happen in the future. I mean, just think about all of the events that occurred in history for you to even be sitting here this morning. All of those events rippled forward to today. And if those events didn't occur, none of us would be here. I'm not just talking about the fine-tuning of the universe. I'm talking about, say, your parents meeting and their parents meeting. And every event that occurs ripples forward into the future. So I said to the young man, I said, look, I can't tell you why a particular baby dies. I can tell you why babies die because we live in a fallen world, but I can't tell you why that particular baby dies. But I know why I can't tell you why that particular baby dies, because I'm locked in time. God is outside of time. He can see perhaps that maybe this baby dying now creates a ripple effect forward into the future that 500 years from now helps bring forth the great evangelist who saves thousands of people or millions of people. We can't see how all those events ripple forward into the future, but God can. In fact, you can see the ripple effect sometimes in your own life. You can see the ripple effect in events that occur in the Bible. I'm thinking of Joseph of the Old Testament. You guys know the story of Joseph in the Old Testament? Joseph is sold into slavery by his brothers because he's dad's favorite and they're jealous of him. And he winds up in Egypt after going through a lot of pain and suffering there. He's falsely accused, he's thrown into prison, but somehow he rises to become the third highest administrator in Egypt. And what happens in Egypt is he puts forth a lot of grain as the third highest administrator, and then there's a famine in Israel. And his family leaves Israel to escape the famine to come to Egypt, and as soon as Joseph sees them, these are the people that did evil to him, what does Joseph say? He says, you dirty rats, what you did to me, you're going to pay for right now. No, what does he doesn't say that. What does he say? He says this, you intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. In Joseph's life, he could see the ripple effect. Evil done to him ripple forward to bring good later. In fact, the people that did evil were the ones that benefited from the ripple effect. So we can't say there's no good coming from a particular event because we don't have the capacity to know how it's all going to turn out. So while respecting free choice, God can bring good from evil. In fact, this was said no better than a man who was a pastor in Notre Dame in Paris a number of years ago. I'll give you his quote in a minute, but here's how the problem is normally put forth. God is all loving and God is all powerful. If God is all loving and all powerful, then Why doesn't he stop evil? What's forgotten about God's attributes here is there's another attribute that isn't stated. Yes, God is all loving. Yes, God is all powerful, but he's also all wise. And he might allow evil to occur for a greater good later. In fact, here's what this pastor in Notre Dame said. He said, if you could concede me God's power for 24 hours, you would see how many changes I would make in the world, but if he gave me his wisdom too, I would leave things as they are. Now, I explained all this at Michigan State, and while I was about done, there was another guy sitting about 10 feet from the atheist right over here, and he put his hand up, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, I know of a woman who was raped, and the rape nearly destroyed her. In fact, she became pregnant as a result of this rape. But she decided that she was not going to punish the baby for the sin of the father, so she decided to bring this baby to term. He started to choke up a little bit. And he said, she brought this baby to term, and this baby grew up to be a man. In fact, he grew up to be a pastor. And by this time, he's crying in front of everybody. And he said, this pastor has helped save a lot of people. He's brought Christ to a lot of people, and he's also discipled a lot of people in Christ. And that little baby boy who grew up to be a pastor is me. And then he looked at the atheist and he said, if my mom can bring good from evil, so can God. And I said, you're dismissed. I mean, what could I say after that? The guy had a better illustration than I had. So how do you think the atheist looked after that? He looked like this. He ran out of the room. As soon as it was over, he left. But I went up to the pastor and I said, hey, what's your name? He said, my name is Gary Bingham. I'm a pastor in Marion, Indiana. He drove up to Michigan State that night to see the seminar. And I said, well, how's your mom? He said, well, she's a lot better now because 4 years ago she became a Christian. And I said, well, what she did obviously brought forth great good in you and has also rippled forward to tonight because everybody in the room heard about it. And then I put it in the book, Stealing from God, so more people have heard about it, and now you're hearing about it right now. You see how an evil event can turn into a good event in the sense that good can come from it? Not that the event was good, but good can come from it. So, there's more we can talk about, but the purpose of evil is that God can bring forth good from evil. And if he were to squash all evil right now, we wouldn't have the capacity to love. So the final question is, what's God's solution to evil? It doesn't disprove God. There is a purpose. What's his solution? Now let me ask you this question. Does God promise to protect Christians from evil and suffering? There's a pernicious theology out there called the prosperity gospel. I'm sure you've heard of it. Name it, claim it. If you're not healthy and wealthy, it's because you don't have enough faith. Really? Let me ask you a question. What is the common thread through all these biblical characters? Every single one of them suffered terribly, some of them to the point of martyrdom, including Christ our Lord. And yet you got people running around saying if you're not healthy and wealthy, it's because you don't have enough faith. You know, that's easily refuted by one simple observation. Show these people up here, particularly the apostles and Jesus. Are you telling me they didn't have enough faith? And that's why they got martyred? That's ridiculous. No, Paul says that if you live a faithful life in Christ Jesus, you will be persecuted. Jesus says, or said, if they persecute me, they're going to persecute you. But take heart, I've overcome the world. No, you will be persecuted. So don't buy into this idea that everything's going to go right with you according to your definition of right because you're a Christian. See, part of our problem is our expectations. We think once we become Christians, everything's going to go well. No, it might get a lot worse because this place is not heaven. Yet. It will be made heaven, as you know. We're going to have physical bodies and we're going to live in a new remade heaven and earth. But no, it's not heaven yet. So what is God's ultimate solution to evil? You know what his ultimate solution is? God suffered himself. He added humanity to his deity. He came to earth and he took our punishment on himself. He entered this space-time continuum so he could experience evil. And ultimately, what's God going to do about evil? He's going to quarantine it. He's going to put it in a place called hell. He's not going to take away our free will. He's just going to quarantine the people who want to continue to do evil. So his pain can be our gain. Why do I say can be our gain? Because you don't have to accept what he's done. A number of years ago, I was at the University of Michigan, another college in Michigan, and I was doing a debate with an atheist named Eddie Tabash. Eddie was a Beverly Hills attorney, and he asked me this question. He said, Frank, my mother was a survivor of the Holocaust. Toward the end of her life, she was given the gospel, but she heard it and then rejected it. Then she died. Is she in hell right now? It's a pretty tough question, I guess, to ask in front of a secular audience. So I said, Eddie, I don't know where your mother is now. I don't know if she had a deathbed conversion or not, but if she didn't accept Christ before she died, then God is too loving to force her into heaven against her will. Because what's the assumption behind the question? That everybody wants to go to heaven. That is not true. Who's in heaven? Jesus is in heaven. There have been people running from Jesus their entire lives. What's he going to do in the afterlife? Going, hey, where are you going? You're with me now. Get over here. You say, that wouldn't be loving. You say, what's all this business about hell? Well, I used an illustration with the University of Michigan audience that night. I'll use it with you. I'll just assume you're the University of Michigan audience. I asked the ladies this question. So ladies, this is a question for you. Ladies, have you ever had a man pursue you whom you did not want to date? Some of you are going, yeah, and he's sitting next to me right now. He will not leave me alone. Now, whenever I ask that question, the ladies always giggle and the men look at their shoes. Like, is she looking at me right now? Well, suppose this man continues to pursue you. He continues to pursue you. He keeps asking you out, and you finally say, look, I like you, but only as a... Ladies, why don't you just stick the knife in and turn it? Every man has heard the dreaded friend rejection. Gentlemen, if you ever get the dreaded friend rejection, move on. She's not interested. In fact, I have some shocking news for you. She does not even like you as a friend. Am I right, ladies? Because if she did, she'd be interested, but she's not. She's just trying to let you down easy, but she doesn't like you as a friend. So what if this doesn't deter the guy? He keeps coming. He says, look, I love you so much, I'm going to force you to love me. Ladies, run, screaming from the building. Can he force you to love him? No, love by definition must be freely given. So if he truly did love you, ladies, what would he do? He would leave you alone. That's what God does for us. He sends us cards, letters, and flowers. He sends us creation. He sends us conscience. He sends us Christ. He sends us a Bible. He sends us Pastor Cody. He sends us, if we're over in a Muslim area and we can't get the gospel, he may send us a dream or a vision, like many Muslims are getting now. But if he does all that, and we keep saying, no, 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 we don't want you, God will give you up to your own desires. Paul talks about this in Romans chapter 1. If we suppress the truth long enough, God is going to give us up to our own desires, because that's what love does. Love does not force himself on you. He lets you go. So ultimately, what's going to happen is that God is going to leave you alone. So, would a loving God send you to hell? No, God doesn't send you to hell. You have decided you don't want him, so he will separate himself from you, and that is what hell is. You're separated from God. You don't want him. In fact, if there is a God, and there is an afterlife, and there's only two possible destinations. You're either going to be with God in the afterlife, that's heaven, or you're going to be separated from God in the afterlife. That's hell. As C.S. Lewis famously put it, he said, there's only two kinds of people in the world. Those who say to God, thy will be done, and those to whom God says in the end, thy will be done. That's it. You're going to say to God, thy will be done, or he's going to say to you, thy will be done. What's God supposed to do? He can't force himself on you. If you don't want him now, you're not going to want him in eternity. So the ultimate end of evil is that God quarantines it in a place called hell. It doesn't disprove God. God has purposes for evil. He allows it to occur so we can grow, and he gives us free will to do what we want to do. And his ultimate solution for evil is to quarantine it in a place called hell. And it's up to you whether or not you want to be with God or you want to be separated from him, because he's going to respect your free will. One other point about this. You hear people ask this question quite a bit. Is God going to send me to hell just because I don't believe in Jesus? That's like asking, am I going to die because I don't go to the doctor? No, you don't die because you don't go to the doctor. You die because you have a disease. Now, maybe you could prevent dying by going to the doctor, by going to the physician. The same thing is true with Jesus. You don't go to hell because you don't believe in Jesus. You go to hell because you've sinned. Now, maybe you could prevent going to hell, and you can prevent going to hell by going to the great physician, but the reason you're going to hell is because you've sinned, and sin needs to be punished. So you have a way of avoiding it and living with God forever. Now, if you want to go further in this, those books and DVDs are back there. I think this presentation you can get by texting the word "Why Evil," all one word, to that same number, 44222. We're now teaching online courses. Right now, we're teaching an online course in the book of Romans. And Sean McDowell is about to teach one for us on biblical sexuality. And later this year, Clay Jones is going to teach a much more robust course on If God, Why Evil. So check our website on those online courses. We're on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. In fact, we're so much into YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, we've combined these three into one social media platform. We call it UTwitface. You guys thought about UTwitface yet? Have you signed up for UTwitface? We're on Instagram, too. We're on radio Saturday, TV Wednesday, and if you don't do anything else, download the free Cross-Examined app. 2 words in the App Store, Cross-Examine. It's got our podcast on there, our TV show. It's got a quick answer section to give you answers right off your phone. So check all that out. So the end of this whole thing is, where was God when you're going through all that difficulty? Well, God hung on a cross. That's where he was. But he didn't just suffer himself. He also then rose from the dead, and he promises the same thing to us, or for us, by trusting in him. All right? Pastor Cody, you want to close us out?
Thank you. The good news is you'll hear from Frank tomorrow. So he will be in the pulpit for all of our worship services, so you'll get to hear from him again, so the good times will roll. Something that we would like for you to do, Summit is requesting your feedback on those particular speakers. So if you would, scan that QR code, just hold up your camera to it, and then if you would give them some feedback, they want your ideas on how did Alan and Brett and Frank do. I think they'll get glowing reviews, but if you would do that for them, that would be awesome. They would really appreciate that. He mentioned some resources. Those resources, again, are available at the Fort Worth campus in the Great Room, at the Family Room at the West Campus, and then Tyler Durham's email is made available to you at the South Campus or in the chat if you're on the Internet campus, if you want any of those resources, if you'll just get in contact with him. But we do not have any more business to do today, so if I could pray for us, and then we'll go. God, we thank you for your goodness to us. We thank you that you are a sure foundation, that you are a truth teller, that you are a pursuer, and that when we give you our lives, we know we can rest secure in you. Thank you for that truth. Thank you for our time together, Lord God. Continue to help us to be salt and light in our world. And all God's people said, Amen. God bless you. See you tomorrow.